to issue a clarifying statement. Yet Reedy backtracked, insisting that there had been no change in the mission of the United States combat units in Vietnam in recent days or weeks. The primary mission of these troops is to secure and safeguard important military installations. Offhandedly, Reedy acknowledged that General William Westmoreland, the American commander on the ground, enjoyed the authority to employ these troops in support of Vietnamese forces faced with aggressive attack, when in his judgment the general military situation urgently requires it. His non-denial denial was so fundamentally dishonest that even Westmoreland later judged it a masterpiece of obliquity. The response to the administration's dissimulation was swift and overwhelmingly negative, but the White House soon compounded its problems. If Johnson would not acknowledge that he had committed the nation to war, he certainly could not disclose its cost. In 1965, LBJ buried Vietnam expenditures, which totaled roughly $5 billion, in the Pentagon budget. It would shock members of Congress when 6 months later, in the middle of the fiscal year, the administration was forced to request a sizable supplementary appropriations package to cover the swiftly mounting costs of the war. By December 1965, when Murray Marder of the Washington Post first introduced the term, the idea of the credibility gap had become a fixture of opposition to the administration. It was a pattern that continued through Johnson's presidency. The old C&O Canal, which runs north from Georgetown, is bounded by the Cumberland Gap at one end and the Credibility Gap at the other, one satirist noted. By 1967, even as LBJ continued to downplay the budgetary implications of Vietnam, war costs approached $26.5 billion for the budget cycle that began in July. Public polling revealed that a majority of the population regarded LBJ as a conner. The president, McPherson lamented, is simply not believed. As anti-war sentiment took root on college campuses and in communities across the country, and as the press grew ever more skeptical of Johnson's tangled approach to the truth, the burden of dissemblance fell squarely on the shoulders of Bill Moyers, who served as White House press secretary from mid-1965 through January 1967. The clean-cut preacher proved supremely capable of playing hardball. When CBS News aired a televised report that showed American servicemen cold-bloodedly torching the village of Cam Ne, the troops used Zippo lighters to burn civilians out of their small bamboo huts, ostensibly to root out NLF fighters, the White House press operation swung into full tilt. Moyers summoned Frank Stanton, the president of CBS News, to the Oval Office, where, as journalist Morley Safer later wrote, Johnson threatened that unless CBS got rid of me and cleaned up its act, the White House would go public with information about Safer's communist ties. Moyers would later deny the details of the meeting, though at the time he privately assured the president that he would explore steps we can take to improve coverage of the Vietnam War. He warned that we will never eliminate altogether the irresponsible and prejudiced coverage of men like Peter Arnett and Morris Safer, men who are not American and who do not have the basic American interest at heart. Safer was Canadian-born, Arnett from New Zealand. By late 1966, some members of the press spoke openly of the Moyers Gap, that yawning aperture between truth and dissemblance, particularly on the administration's Vietnam policy. Others inside the White House quietly agreed. The credibility gap was purely a Moyers invention because he'd answered too damned many questions. Jake Jacobson, an LBJ intimate from Texas who joined the senior staff in 1966, believed. He wouldn't ever say, "I don't know." He just had to have an answer for everything, and that creates a credibility gap. Whether it was the president's answer or his, you never did know that. As the administration continued to obscure the mounting human and financial costs of the war, Moyers found himself in an impossible bind, particularly as he grew uncomfortable with the administration's policy in Vietnam. He became less and less successful as presidential press secretary, Harry McPherson observed, in no small part because he engaged in frequent background discussions in which he attempted to represent the president as fundamentally conflicted about the war. The result was confusion among the press corps. Should reporters believe what the president said, what Moyers said publicly, or what Moyers said privately, or none of the above? As the press grew more sharply critical of his Vietnam policy, LBJ became more distrustful of Moyers, his one-time favorite, who now seemed to garner better coverage than the president, and of his media-friendly aides. He ordered McPherson to file weekly reports with Moyers, detailing every conversation he had with members of the press, and for a time prohibited him altogether from speaking with reporters. When the New York Times Magazine assigned a profile of Califano, Johnson forbade his domestic policy chief to cooperate. "You just tell these reporters you're not in the interview business," he snapped. "Then you don't have to worry about getting misquoted." The policy likely cut against Johnson's best interests, as more reporters were apt to doubt that Moyers was furnishing them with a complete view of the truth. Their inability to speak with top aides like Califano and McPherson, who refused to return their calls, created an atmosphere of diminishing trust. So wary was the president of high-level leaks that in late 1965 he ordered Marvin Watson to keep a log of all inbound calls to senior White House aides, a highly inadvisable scheme that Watson, true to fashion, launched with gusto. It took little time before reporters understood that the switchboard logs were intended to surveil their contact with administration officials. When members of the press corps challenged Moyers on this gumshoe tactic, the press secretary deflected, rejecting the charge as a very clever but inaccurate and unwarranted description. But Moyers evidently thought the operation foolish. The following January, he quietly shut it down. Watson, he explained with thinly camouflaged contempt, had finished whatever he wanted to study, and they're not doing it anymore. The more the credibility gap widened, the more mistrustful LBJ grew. When in 1967 the New York Times ran an inside story about the administration's education task force, the president called Doug Cater on the carpet and berated him for rank disloyalty. Infuriated, Cater sleuthed around the West Wing to determine who had leaked the report. "I did," Califano told him with bemusement. "Well, I'll never tell him," Cater assured his colleague. "He told me to put it out." The president had in fact forgotten his instruction to Califano that the commission's report be made public. Charles Schulz would later observe that when he replaced Kermit Gordon as budget director in June 1965, it was still the general economic opinion, not really having any appreciation of what the expenditure requirements on Vietnam were going to be, that the economy would continue to hum along with steady growth and low inflation. Even that fall, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara had assured Americans that it was a myth that education or welfare or health or other civilian needs have to be cut back to meet our defense requirements. This is a rich and powerful country, and we can do whatever needs to be done to educate our people and fight poverty, and at the same time, we can spend what needs to be spent to assure an adequate national defense. The intellectual foundation of the Great Society assumed that if the president's economists pulled the right levers, they could manufacture uninterrupted growth and full employment at low inflation. Later events would call this wisdom into question. But when McNamara informed the president in December that he would need to request an $11 billion supplemental appropriation for the current fiscal year, almost double the amount that Congress had originally appropriated, his aides worried for the first time that the economy might quickly become overheated, leading to runaway inflation. Worse still, the war would require an even greater commitment of resources for the 1967 fiscal year, which would begin on July 1, 1966. Reluctant to acknowledge how swiftly the conflict had escalated, Johnson downplayed McNamara's forecast and requested $10.3 billion. By the end of the fiscal year, in June 1967, the total climbed to roughly $20 billion. A former economics professor who had served in the 1950s as a staff member at the Council of Economic Advisers and later as assistant budget director under both Kennedy and Johnson, Schultz had very little direct exposure to the president before Gordon recommended him as his successor. As he strode into the Oval Office to accept the position, he assumed that he would spend half an hour with Johnson. The role of budget director would place him at the nexus of domestic and foreign policy, at just the moment when the economic assumptions undergirding the Great Society threatened to come loose. LBJ merely grunted and said, "How are you? Will you take the job?" When Schultz indicated that he would be honored to serve, Johnson replied curtly, "Good. Glad to have you. Next appointment." In the coming 2 years, Schultz bore the thankless task of paying for both steadily rising costs associated with the war in Vietnam and a growing roster of Great Society programs, all while trying to keep inflation in check. A lot of this was not only additional troops, but the fact that aircraft attrition was a little bit higher, and that was something you'd make a new estimate maybe every month on, Schultz explained. Ammunition consumption was a little higher. It was a gradual revision of this production schedule, of that production schedule, a few more troops here, a few more troops there. Having worked as a staff economist at the Office of Price Stabilization during the Korean War, he understood that military conflicts were inevitably difficult to forecast with accuracy or precision. The Truman and Eisenhower administrations had submitted cumulative requests for $45 billion in supplemental appropriations above and beyond what Congress authorized for Korea. In the end analysis, Vietnam ultimately came in closer to budget than either Korea or World War II. The real problem here, Schultz argued, was, for all sorts of reasons, an unwillingness to admit publicly the war was going to cost a lot more. LBJ feared that if he admitted the full scope of engagement, or if he embraced the advice of both Schultz and Gardner Ackley, the chairman of the CEA, that the administration raise personal and corporate income taxes to prevent the economy from overheating, he would box himself into a corner with Congress. Because obviously the whole game of the Republicans, naturally, would have been, why the devil should we give you these extra taxes when you won't tell us how much more the war is going to cost? Asking for the tax increase necessarily exposed the administration to Republican demands that Johnson trim domestic spending, something that he was singularly opposed to doing. He had no stomach for it, Lady Bird later said of her husband's outlook on Vietnam. It wasn't the war he wanted. The one he wanted was on poverty and ignorance and disease, and that was worth putting your life into. Unable or unwilling to ask Congress for a tax increase, Johnson worked every other lever available to him. Not until January 1967 did LBJ ask for a tax surcharge, and not until mid-1968 did Congress approve one. In the meantime, the White House relied on a hopeless jawbone strategy. Johnson pushed me constantly to move on some price or another, Califano wrote. as he read reports from the Council of Economic Advisers or noticed some increase on the AP or UPI wires. Shoe prices went up, so LBJ slapped export controls on hides to increase the supply of leather. Reports that color television sets would sell at high prices came across the wire. Johnson told me to ask RCA's David Sarnoff to hold them down. Domestic lamb prices rose. LBJ directed McNamara to buy cheaper lamb from New Zealand for the troops in Vietnam. The president ordered the government to cease new furniture purchases in order to reduce aggregate demand for, and thus the price of, lumber. He instructed Califano and the CEA to move on household appliances, paper cartons, newsprint, men's underwear, women's hosiery, glass containers, cellulose, chlorine, air conditioners, and caustic soda, which is used to make soap and paper. When the price of eggs began to climb, he encouraged government officials to voice concerns about the health effects of high cholesterol. LBJ also vigorously jawboned labor and business into holding down prices and wages. He personally intervened in negotiations between the United Steelworkers of America and the major steel companies in late 1965. The union demanded a 5% wage hike. The operators warned that such a contract would necessitate price increases above the administration's 3.2% guidelines. No price increase, the president ordered Califano, gesturing with his right hand, thumb and forefinger held in a tight circle. None. Zero. Convinced that his labor secretary, William Wirtz, was too closely in sympathy with the USWA, he enlisted the UN ambassador Arthur Goldberg, a former labor secretary, and Clark Clifford, who served as counsel to Republic Steel, to hammer out a settlement. When the president announced an agreement on September 3rd, Walter Heller, a former chairman of the CEA and architect of both the Kennedy-Johnson tax cuts and the war on poverty, congratulated him on a masterful resolution of the steel crisis. You struck a key blow for continued cost-price stability and the country's economic health. Heller's laudatory note was premature. Increasingly, the administration found that no amount of jawboning could restrain the inflationary effects of mounting budget deficits. The direct impact of a war whose costs continued to climb unabated. Arthur Okun, who became chairman of the Council of Economic Advisers toward the end of LBJ's presidency, later acknowledged that within the administration there were no illusions. It was clearly recognized that the public budget and not private action was the engine of inflation. Yet when New York's Mayor John Lindsay agreed to a new contract with city transit workers that provided a 6.3% wage hike, the president censured such an irresponsible action that would only bring on an inflation that would damage us all. When in 1966, steel manufacturers walked away from their prior year's pledge and raised prices, Ackley decried their disregard for the public interest. Later that year, the major airlines agreed to a 4.9% wage increase in contract negotiations with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, IAM, union, effectively smashing all existing wage and price guidelines now in existence, the IAM's president acknowledged. Even the president admitted to his cabinet that he had no power to tell either party what they had to take. This is a complicated and difficult problem. Throughout 1966 and 1967, the administration plied this nickel-and-dime strategy, in Schultz's words, to slow federal spending by delaying pre-authorized initiatives. You would make them wait a month between getting a new contract, or you would tell them to go slow on putting the powerhouse in. But technically, it is just difficult. Try as they might, White House officials could not tell local officials who had already issued bonds, cleared land, and completed site remediation for the construction of a new federally subsidized hospital that they would have to wait another year to break ground. The politics associated with such decisions were impossible. It did not help matters that liberal congressmen continued to authorize spending on Great Society programs at levels far in excess of what the administration requested or approved. The administration had raised great expectations, a Democratic congressman admonished John Gardner. Liberal Democrats expected the president to make good. Hugh Carey, a Democrat from New York, lamented that Congress was being forced to make a choice here between books and bullets. After all, polling suggested that while wide support still existed for the war effort in Vietnam, fully 72% of Americans opposed cuts to domestic programs as a trade-off for increased military appropriations. In pledging that America could do it all, have guns and butter, fight poverty and communism, ensure sustained economic growth with low inflation, the president had promised more than he could deliver. James Schur, a congressman from New York, attributed liberal frustration to the administration's own eloquence and your own creativity in whetting our appetites. In mid-1966, Califano and Cater were able to delay for 1 year a scheduled increase in the formula that determined eligibility for ESEA Title I funds from a family poverty floor of $2,000 to $3,000. But Congress added new buckets of categorical aid for handicapped children and children in foster homes, and thereby blew through the administration's budget authorization figure by $1.7 billion, or 39% of the original request. Such actions confirmed Johnson's long-standing conviction that once implemented, government programs were difficult to extinguish. He was certainly disinclined to veto the reauthorizations of his signature programs. But as prices and wages began to climb, the White House found itself in the unusual position of urging restraint, in part because of the need to keep inflation in check, in part out of the recognition that it would require the buildup of bureaucratic muscle memory to administer programs already on the books. In a sharp memorandum to Califano in December 1965, Schultz urged against a flurry of new legislative proposals. Adequate funding will be a very difficult problem, even if there are no new programs. In the present budget situation, I see very little hope of significant expenditure building up on existing Great Society programs. As I see it, the situation will get worse instead of better, unless we decide to digest what we already have on our plate before reaching for more. When Schultz warned that raising hopes and crushing them because of budgetary limitations is worse than leaving the public in the dark about the new programs, McPherson wondered if the administration should preemptively broadcast that it was not closing the door on the Great Society. We are just muting our welcome to it because of Vietnam. These programs, Medicare, education, area development, are, after all, going into effect, and we could gain some mileage from identifying ourselves with them more meaningfully. Also, it would take the edge off the limited program we will offer this year. They were stuck in a corner, unable to square with the public, but under pressure from powerful liberals like Andy B. Miller, a former congressman, and now the top lobbyist for the AFL-CIO, who delivered a hard warning from the Federation's boss, George Meany. The Great Society programs must not be gutted because of the war in Vietnam. In a flash of anger, Johnson snapped at his domestic policy chief. "We're getting the hell beaten out of us." On Capitol Hill, he barked. It was Califano's responsibility to keep spending in check. When Califano replied that he would confer with Larry O'Brien, the president erupted in rage. "I'm talking to you. You do it. You've got to mount this Congress like you mount a woman." Despite these entreaties, the unemployment rate dipped from a high of 5.7% when LBJ took office to 3.5% in mid-1968, well below the full employment threshold. Inflation, which hovered around 1% throughout most of JFK's term in office, cracked 5% as Johnson left the White House in 1969, nowhere near the heights of the great inflation of the 1970s, but still striking in the context of recent memory. Califano and others worried that the administration's obfuscation of the hard and soft costs of the war, most notably LBJ's refusal to request a tax increase, was taking a toll on his credibility. Many economists were beginning to wonder whether he was serious about reining in inflation. Rising war costs and funds for Great Society programs were stretching the outer limits of the president's ability to manipulate the federal budget. By the end of 1967, many stalwart defenders of the Great Society grew despondent over the administration's tight-fisted approach to budgeting. In December, after the Budget Bureau took some real whacks at the HEW budget, Secretary John Gardner, a respected education specialist under whose leadership the department had breathed administrative life into some of Johnson's most cherished programs, flew to the LBJ ranch to plead for a restoration of funds. Huddled with LBJ in the First Family's living room, Gardner seemed a man in turmoil, in Douglas Cater's recollection. The secretary was always a little bit reserved around the president. He's a quiet kind of man, and they never had an easy conversational relationship. The meeting unfolded poorly. As he escorted them to their plane for the flight back to Washington, the president threw his arm around Gardner's shoulder and, with apparent sincerity, assured him that the days of austerity would soon come to an end. "Don't worry, John. We're going to end this war, and then you'll have all the money you want for education and health and everything else." Cater and Gardner said very little on the journey home, but it was clear that the secretary had lost faith that Johnson could stay on top of the situation. Within 3 months, he resigned his post. LBJ nominated Wilbur Cohen to replace him. Sergeant Shriver, too, requested a larger appropriation for the Office of Economic Opportunity. As early as December 1965, when Schultz first began to impose restraint on domestic spending, Moyers wired Johnson that the OEO director was tired and disheartened, convinced that he was on the president's expletive list. "I again tried to disabuse him of this," Moyers continued, "and told him not to let your firmness on budget be taken for personal ill will. If this were the case, every official in Washington at this time of the year would think that he is on that expletive list." 2 years later, Congress took a 14% bite out of Shriver's proposed budget for the coming fiscal year. After meeting with Schultz, the OEO director determined that he would likely need to take a rather sizable 15 to 20% cut in ongoing local programs in order to maintain initiatives already live in the field. Doing so would carry political consequences, he warned Johnson. However controversial some community action programs were, mayors generally supported the bulk of his office's initiatives and wanted more jobs programs, more daycare programs, more help for the aged, and more follow-through with Head Start children. On a visit to the LBJ ranch, Shriver implored the president to consider committing between $6 billion and $8 billion annually to the war on poverty. Still a true believer, he remained firm in the conviction that the administration's programs were reaching something like a third or a quarter of poor people. "Look, Mr. President," he began, "that is what is needed financially to eliminate poverty in our country. With this amount of money, I think we really hold out the hope of eliminating poverty over a 10-year period." Johnson was dumbstruck. "Sarge," he replied incredulously, "we can't go from a program of 1 billion or 1.5 billion to 6 billion. One of the director's aides would later affirm that Shriver honestly believed that this nation was wealthy enough to wage both a war on poverty, on a much bigger scale than the war we were waging on poverty in terms of dollars and cents, and also the war in Vietnam, with the amount of resources it was taking at that period of time." Johnson disagreed. Like Gardner, Shriver stepped down in March 1968. Reporters who had grown skeptical of the administration's honesty also began to note the war's deadening effect on the Great Society. A well-placed journalist frankly advised McPherson that a lot of the congressional dissatisfaction with the administration stemmed from the fact that domestic programs were being underfinanced as a result of the Vietnam War, and believed that the White House could make few further strides in civil rights so long as money is being drained off at such a rate for the war. Even as popular backlash against the Great Society gathered in 1966, influential columnists remained firm in their support for the opportunity theory that underlay much of Johnson's domestic agenda. That year, Joseph Alsop privately urged a colossal commitment of resources aimed at providing residents of urban ghettos with better jobs and housing, and a massive school building program, intensive recruitment of teachers, high pay, better school books. Many members of the Fourth Estate worried that Vietnam, the financial scope of which the administration continued to obscure, would limit the president's course of action. White House aides assured friendly journalists that there was no reason to believe that Congress would take Vietnam expenditures and put them into social programs if the United States were summarily to pull out of Southeast Asia. But the argument fell on deaf ears. The White House understood that the war had also undercut the administration's standing with some of its most natural allies in and out of government. Even before he joined the White House staff in mid-1965, Califano, who was then still Robert McNamara's chief aide at the Pentagon, warned Horace Busby that many of his peers in the other cabinet agencies move in liberal circles and were not supporting the president's position in Vietnam. Months later, when Califano, McPherson, and Cater visited college campuses to enlist prominent academics in a new round of domestic policy task forces, they met with stony resistance. "So long as the president persists in these policies," wrote a prominent historian, "there is no hope at all for expanding the Great Society. So count me out." Another scholar lamented that the war has contributed to a profound alienation from this administration of intellectuals and social scientists whose efforts would be essential to the domestic revolution required. Though he was very enthusiastic about the Great Society, the poet Robert Lowell publicly embarrassed the administration when he rejected an invitation to attend the White House Festival of the Arts. "How nice it is to have a man who gives what liberals have asked for generations," the New Republic derisively observed of such displays, plus the fun of kicking him around, too. McPherson privately fumed at those neurotic and demagogic intellectuals whose stock in trade is opposition to the establishment, but he considered theirs a minority opinion. In addition to its partnership with leading academics in the formation of domestic policy, the Johnson White House was quietly establishing itself as the greatest patron of the arts and sciences in modern American history. The administration was spearheading the establishment of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts and the Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden. It was vastly expanding the scope of the Smithsonian Institution and funneling money into space exploration, medical research, and the humanities. McPherson was optimistic that A beautiful and creative Washington will benefit generations born long after the Vietnam conflict is stilled. But in the short run, he vastly underestimated the potential for Vietnam to isolate the LBJ White House from the very artists, intellectuals, and scientists it had worked so assiduously to benefit. Economics made Lyndon Johnson's presidency, and now threatened to kill it. Stable, rapid, non-cyclical, non-inflationary growth was the underpinning of the Great Society. James Tobin, a consultant to the CEA, later argued. Arthur Olkin added that as long as the economy was growing rapidly and making progress, Johnson really did see an opportunity for shifting things to the public sector, for shifting the distribution of public services toward the disadvantaged without having anybody feel it very much, because it would be sharing the gains rather than asking for belt tightening. Between 1962 and 1972, the proportional cost of social welfare programs rose from roughly 25% to 41% of the federal budget, and in the same time more than doubled as a portion of GDP, from 4.3% to 8.8%. But the very same faith in the limitless potential of a robust non-inflationary economy, as Califano later termed it, led LBJ and his advisors to assume they could also fight a war in Vietnam without anybody feeling it. Liberals in the Kennedy administration had openly spurned Dwight Eisenhower's New Look policy, which assumed that American resources were finite and that the country would have to pick and choose its ground battles carefully. The same logic carried over into the Johnson White House. Let no one doubt for a moment that we have the resources and we have the will to follow this course as long as it may take, LBJ insisted. When the days of non-inflationary growth came to an end, the administration could no longer promise guns and butter. It had to choose. From the earliest days of their acquaintance, Lyndon Johnson reviled Robert Kennedy, who was then a lowly Senate staff aide, as a snot-nosed little son of a bitch. Ever eager to diminish others to aggrandize himself, he would greet Bobby in the hallways as Sonny Boy. It is difficult to pinpoint the moment when the two men developed their all-consuming hatred for each other. It might have been in late 1959, when Jack dispatched his brother to the LBJ Ranch in Texas to determine whether Johnson intended to run for the Democratic presidential nomination the following year. In a deliberate attempt to humiliate JFK's younger brother, Johnson took him deer hunting and purposely handed him a high-caliber rifle with an especially powerful recoil. It knocked Kennedy to the ground. "Son," Johnson said, "you've got to learn to handle a gun like a man." It might also have been several months later, when LBJ's campaign spread factually correct rumors that Jack Kennedy was concealing a serious illness and reminded liberal delegates to the Democratic National Convention that the candidate's father, Joseph P. Kennedy, had opposed Franklin Roosevelt's war preparedness policies in the late 1930s. Lyndon Johnson has compared my father to the Nazis, and John Connally lied in saying my brother is dying of Addison's disease, Bobby complained to one of Johnson's close aides. You Johnson people are running a stinking damned campaign, and you're going to get yours when the time comes. After JFK secured the nomination, he offered Johnson the vice presidential slot. Johnson accepted it, and then Bobby, apparently on his own authority or because of a miscommunication with his brother, attempted to rescind it. The story leaked widely and caused Johnson considerable embarrassment, for which he never forgave RFK. As vice president, Johnson stoically and without public complaint weathered almost 3 years of endless humiliation at the hand of Bobby Kennedy. Though JFK insisted that his staff members accord LBJ all of the consideration and courtesy due to the vice president, Bobby and his loyalists were uniformly dismissive and impolite. They frequently disregarded instructions that LBJ be included in key policy and security conclaves. At cabinet and interagency meetings, Bobby took every opportunity to single out the vice president for a public scolding. Lyndon and Lady Bird Johnson were rarely granted invitations to parties at Hickory Hill, Bobby's estate in Northern Virginia, and the unofficial social capital of the new frontier. On those few occasions when they were included, Ethel Kennedy seated them at the losers' table. Hugh Sidey, a leading journalist, recalled their treatment at Hickory Hill as just awful, inexcusable, really. At one party, staff aides presented Bobby with a cloth effigy of Johnson, with pins sticking out of it. The story inevitably got back to LBJ. On another occasion, Johnson attended a small gathering of Kennedy's staff members and appointees. When he attempted to exchange greetings with Ron Linton, a senior Pentagon official, and John Riley, the president's nominee to chair the Federal Trade Commission, the two men continued in private conversation as though LBJ were invisible. Observing that Johnson had retreated in search of someone who might deign to speak with him, Linton thought better of their brush-off. "John," he told Riley, "I think we just insulted the Vice President of the United States." "Fuck 'em," Riley replied loudly. Johnson stopped dead in his tracks and turned for a moment toward the men, wearing an icy, defiant scowl. He said nothing and walked away. Just weeks after the encounter, Lyndon Johnson would take the oath of office at Love Field. Dick Goodwin later observed that Bobby symbolized everything Johnson hated. He became the symbol of all the things Johnson wasn't. With these characteristics of wealth and power and ease and Eastern elegance. With Johnson always looking at himself as the guy they thought was illiterate, rude, crude. They laughed at him behind his back. I think he felt all of that. Johnson miserably accepted that such disgrace would be his lot in life for 8 years, unless the Kennedys dumped him from the ticket in 1964, a fear that haunted him nightly. It was an open secret that Bobby coveted the 1968 nomination for himself. He was, according to all the news magazines, the number 2 man in Washington. "When this fellow looks at me," said the actual number 2 man, "he looks at me like he's going to look a hole right through me, like I'm a spy or something." In a particular moment of weakness, the vice president cornered Bobby inside the White House residence and pleaded, "I don't understand you, Bobby. Your father likes me, your brother likes me, but you don't like me. Now why? Why don't you like me?" According to a bystander, RFK agreed to the accuracy of all this. It was the ultimate twist of the knife. When, on November 22, 1963, fate reversed their fortunes, Johnson tried at first, and of necessity, to be gracious to the man who was now his Attorney General. He had to serve out John Kennedy's remaining 13 months in office before he could lay claim to his own mandate. But the relationship, already bad, grew poisonous from the first instance. Bobby deeply resented that LBJ insisted on flying back from Dallas on Air Force One, rather than on the vice presidential plane, and he believed, though he was not entirely correct, that LBJ had treated Jackie Kennedy shabbily that day. While LBJ consciously avoided the Oval Office until after President Kennedy had been buried, on the morning of November 23rd, he instructed JFK's secretary to clear out her office so that his secretaries could move in, a callous gesture that inevitably traveled back to Bobby. That afternoon, RFK observed his brother's iconic rocking chair, stacked upside down in the corridor. Unaware that it had been removed before the assassination so that a new carpet could be installed in the Oval, he assumed incorrectly that Johnson had already begun installing his furniture and belongings. For the next several weeks, he would show up late to cabinet meetings and openly brood or stare with open aggression at the sight of the new president sitting in his brother's seat. "Our president was a gentleman and a human being," Bobby told an interviewer in confidence. "This man is not. He's mean, bitter, vicious, an animal in many ways." Despite his hatred for Johnson, Bobby was eager to reclaim the Kennedy family's power base and made overtures for the vice presidential spot in 1964. When LBJ turned him down, Bobby resigned his post and ran for the Senate in New York. It proved a tougher race than everyone expected. In the closing days, RFK had to swallow his pride and ask the president, who was then riding high and on his way to a landslide victory against Barry Goldwater, to campaign with him in the Empire State. The photographs show a very glum Senate candidate hating every minute of their joint appearance. Yet in 1965, even at the height of his power, LBJ feared that his one-time tormentor would swerve to the left and challenge him for the presidency in 1968. Goodwin thought that the president was always afraid of Bobby. It was more than hatred, it was fear. Johnson's concern was not entirely misplaced. Very late to the twin causes of civil rights and the war on poverty, RFK, who earned a reputation as a relatively conservative anti-communist during his formative years as a Senate aide in the 1950s, now reinvented himself as a liberal. "What does Johnson know about people who've got no jobs or are undereducated?" he asked Dick Goodwin in a remarkable display of cognitive dissonance. "He's got no feeling for people who are hungry. It's up to us." In the wake of his brother's death, and as a freshman senator from New York, a state whose impoverished urban ghettos and rural hamlets stood in stark contrast to prosperous neighborhoods in Manhattan, Westchester, and the suburbs of Long Island, RFK developed genuine concern for the plight of poor people and minorities. But it stung Johnson loyalists when Kennedy denounced Johnson's urban policies. "It's too little. It's nothing," RFK barked at senior administration officials during an intimate dinner party. "We have to do 20 times as much." In early 1967, Bobby and two other members of the Senate Subcommittee on Employment, Manpower, and Poverty embarked on a widely publicized fact-finding trip to study food insecurity. Though Johnson had vastly expanded food support programs for poor children and families, the press lavished attention on Bobby's pained expression as he shook hands with starving farmers and city dwellers. The empathy was real. As Marion Wright, founder of the Children's Defense Fund, later observed, "He did things that I wouldn't do. He went into the dirtiest, filthiest, poorest black homes, and he would sit with a baby who had open sores. I wouldn't do that. I didn't do that." Johnson, who had become almost paranoiac about the prospect that Bobby might challenge him from the left, dug his heels in and resisted Kennedy's call for an expansion of the administration's food stamp program. Liberals scorned the president for placing politics above policy. Why would he respond so coldly when he knows thousands of desperate people are depending on him for relief? The nation asked rhetorically. Because, simply, he is incapable of rising above personal politics. Look at the subcommittee that made the request. One man he hates, Robert F. Kennedy. One man he thoroughly dislikes, Edward M. Kennedy. Bobby, the editors asserted, could put aside personal politics for mercy's sake. President Johnson could not. It was not just intense abhorrence or fear of Bobby Kennedy that drove Lyndon Johnson. On the contrary, as Califano explained in a private memorandum, the Secretary of Agriculture, whose department administered food stamps, did not want to upset the entire program by either giving food to these Negroes in the Delta or by lowering the amount of money they have to pay for food stamps until he has the food stamp program through Congress. Typical of senators and congressmen, Kennedy rattled his saber without acknowledging or understanding that the administration faced numerous obstacles in securing funding reauthorization from Congress. A near-cash benefit, food stamps upended traditional patterns of social and economic deference, particularly in the South, and thus engendered opposition from conservative Democrats and Republicans. Equally important, the mounting costs of war, costs that Johnson labored assiduously to hide or obscure, created an imperative to hold the line on domestic spending. The trade-off between Vietnam and the Great Society was one of his own making, but he was not incorrect to hold Bobby Kennedy partially responsible for his bind. From 1965 through the end of 1967, Bobby, like many of his Democratic congressional colleagues, attempted to find middle ground on Vietnam. He opposed outright withdrawal because such a course would involve a repudiation of commitments undertaken and confirmed by 3 administrations. Neither did he advocate an intensification of America's war effort. Let us not deceive ourselves, this would be a deep and terrible decision, he warned. Egged on by his young staff members, who were stridently opposed to the war and vehemently hostile to Johnson, Bobby supported a temporary halt in bombing. If we regard bombing as the answer in Vietnam, we are headed straight for disaster, he argued on the Senate floor, and advocated the inclusion of the NLF in negotiations, a position that was sharply at odds with the administration's position. Permitting the NLF to participate in peace talks may mean a compromise government. Newspapers pounced on this line. Viet coalition rule, including Viet Cong urged by Kennedy, the New York Times announced. Ho Chi Kennedy, the Chicago Tribune offered less charitably. Speaking for the White House, Hubert Humphrey decried Kennedy's idea as a dose of arsenic that would destroy the democratic aspirations of the South Vietnamese people. Of LBJ's aides, Bill Moyers enjoyed the closest relationship with the Kennedys, and by 1966, his seeming dual loyalty was fast becoming a liability. In the wake of Bobby's call to include the NLF in peace talks and potentially in a coalition government, Moyers strained to close the gap between LBJ and RFK. He telephoned Bobby to assure him, without basis, that the president would ultimately come around to his position, and urged the senator to dial back his support for including the NLF in a coalition government, a request with which Kennedy attempted to comply in a series of incoherent follow-up interviews and statements. At the same time, Moyers confided to Johnson that Kennedy has managed to create the image of division among us, thus escaping the necessity of clarifying his own positions. To journalists, he offered a tangled assurance that if Senator Kennedy did not propose a coalition government with communist participation before elections are held, there is no disagreement. Moyers was playing a dangerous game, attempting at his own peril to serve 2 masters at once. It did not escape notice. The Washington Star spoke for a skeptical press corps when it observed that the Kennedy-Moyers pact did not appear to rest on entirely solid ground. In fact, Kennedy's position was tortured. Though in favor of a bombing halt, and more favorably inclined to negotiate with the NLF, Bobby was no less willing to lose Vietnam than the president. When college students taunted him with hand-drawn signs that read Kennedy, hawk, dove, or chicken. They mordantly called out his vulnerability. His opposition was rooted more in style and antagonism to Johnson than in substance. This point was cold comfort to the president. From his perch in the Senate, Bobby could swerve to LBJ's left without the burden of offering a substitute plan that would de-escalate the war and free up funding for an expansion of Great Society programs. It did not escape LBJ that his press secretary and untitled chief of staff enjoyed a direct line to Bobby and used it liberally. God, he was on the phone every day with Moyers, marveled Joe Dolan, one of Kennedy's top aides. "That's the trouble with all you fellows," the president once snapped at his press secretary. "You're in bed with the Kennedys." Keeping a watchful eye from Bobby's Senate office, Dolan was every bit as suspicious of the relationship as the president. He wondered how Moyers could possibly serve two masters, and would later rue that it was not a proud moment in Robert Kennedy's life. How does he defend talking to the president's press secretary when he's supposed to be at war with the president? It was especially unhelpful when the New York Times cheerfully observed, "Interesting parallels between Moyers and Robert Kennedy. The two are, in fact, friendly, despite the disaffection between Kennedy and Johnson." On occasion, the president also suspected Harry McPherson of conflicted loyalty. A veteran of his Senate leadership staff, McPherson had begun political life as a Johnson acolyte, but glided with ease into the new frontier, which he served as Deputy Undersecretary of the Army and Assistant Secretary of State. Sensing early that LBJ looked with disfavor upon his cordial relationship with the Kennedys, he chose an opposite course from Moyers. Rather than try to bridge the personal and political gap between Bobby and the president, he urged Johnson essentially to ignore RFK. He argued that Bobby was an intellectual lightweight and liberal poseur who tacked to the left to put himself into a position of leadership among liberal senators, newspapermen, foundation executives, and the like. Most of these people mistrusted him in the past, believing him rightly to be a man of narrow sensibilities and totalitarian instincts. But liberal intellectuals were warming to Bobby, and probably would continue to do so, for, as we know, the intellectuals are as easy a lay as can be found, McPherson argued. The Kennedys are handsome and dashing. They support many good causes, and to some people their rudeness and ruthlessness is exciting. There is an air of tragic loss about them now. He suggested that there was little use in testing the loyalty of former Kennedy officials who now served in Johnson's administration, men like McNamara and Katzenbach. The test of our people should be whether they are smart, imaginative, and working to carry out your policies, he continued. You have the office, the policies, the personal magnetism, the power to lead and inspire, and above all, the power to put good ideas into effect. An obsession with Bobby and of the relationship of your best people to him may, I believe, distort policy and offend the very men you need to attract. McPherson's advice went unheeded. Throughout 1966 and 1967, the two antagonists alternated between cautious efforts to keep their feud at a low simmer. Johnson was fearful of pushing Bobby into a direct confrontation that might result in a primary challenge in 1968. RFK was wary of appearing too calculating or disloyal to the Democratic Party, and angry flare-ups that made for splashy headlines. Privately, the president's obsession with Kennedy only intensified. Matters came to a boil in 1967 when William Manchester, a reporter and book editor, published his long-awaited account of JFK's assassination. In writing The Death of a President, Manchester had exchanged access to Jackie Kennedy for broad editorial rights over his final work. months before the book's serial debut in Look magazine, Kennedy aides sounded an alarm. The draft portrayed Lyndon Johnson in a dramatically poor light, so much so that family loyalists feared it would boomerang on Bobby and jeopardize a future presidential bid. An odd sideshow ensued, whereby Jackie sued Manchester in an ill-fated attempt to forestall publication. The author ultimately agreed to modest revisions, but the final work proved no less incendiary. Particularly cruel were chapters that portrayed Johnson and his entourage as boorish interlopers on the flight back from Dallas and in the days leading up to Jack Kennedy's funeral. Seething with rage, LBJ set his staff about the task of identifying all of the book's factual errors, but he maintained public silence, preferring to advance his position through targeted, unattributed leaks. The president, his family, and his associates are indignant about this portrayal, reported U.S. News, feeling that he has no recourse, no proper forum, no legitimate way to clear the air and set the record straight in connection with derogatory reports that have gained wide credence. To Moyers, Johnson confided, "I don't want to debate with them. I don't think the president of this country at this time ought to. It's just unthinkable that my whole morning would not be spent on Vietnam or anything else, but be spent on this kind of stuff." But this declaration was probably intended for wider dissemination. The president had earlier informed Abe Fortas that he was now convinced that whatever he told Moyers becomes known to Schlesinger immediately, and then to William Manchester, and then to liberal columnists and other agents of the people who want to destroy me. Johnson was paranoid, but he was not wrong. Weeks later, during an official visit to Paris, Bobby accepted an invitation to meet with Etienne Menach, a minor official in the French Foreign Office. Accompanied by John Gunther Dean, a State Department official who translated in real time, RFK seemed perplexed as Menach relayed word from a source in the North Vietnamese government that were the United States to halt its bombing campaign, Hanoi might agree to peace talks. Bobby thought little of the conversation, which he had trouble following despite simultaneous translation. When he arrived back in the United States, he was stunned to learn that word of the discussion had leaked to Newsweek and the New York Times. While Kennedy was not at fault, Newsweek had learned of the meeting from a low-level State Department official who was in possession of a routine cable that Dean had transmitted. The President and his Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, were incensed. As a matter of course, the administration received such feelers on a monthly basis. Most were either baseless, the handiwork of amateur legates, 8 months pregnant with peace, as Rusk fumed, or designed to embarrass the government. Rusk's staff nevertheless pursued each inbound proffer with care. Now Bobby had, seemingly for political glory and gain, presumed to engage in slapdash diplomacy in a stunning violation of the separation of powers. The resulting diplomatic hubbub, the New York Times observed, added another strain to the already taut political relations between President Johnson and Mr. Kennedy. The Times further informed readers that a subsequent Oval Office meeting between LBJ and RFK was reported by White House aides to have been serious, even-tempered, and constructive, if not precisely fraternal. But it was acknowledged that it had not served to narrow the breach between the two leading figures in the Democratic Party. This last point was an understatement. Bobby had haughtily insisted that the leak came from your State Department, to which the president exploded, "It's not my State Department, God damn it! It's your State Department. I'll destroy you and every one of your dove friends. You'll be dead politically in 6 months." When Bobby urged Johnson to halt the bombings during Tet, the Vietnamese New Year's celebration, LBJ accused his antagonist of providing the impression that the American government was buckling and thereby encouraging Hanoi and its NLF allies to continue inflicting harm on U.S. servicemen. "Look, I don't have to take this from you," Bobby retorted. The meeting ended with a tense agreement that Kennedy would deny ever having received a backdoor overture from the North Vietnamese. "We never receive any peace feelers at all," Johnson barked. "Isn't that right?" Stranded in a corner by his own action, RFK sullenly walked into the West Lobby and assured awaiting reporters that the news stories had been exaggerated. The country remained doggedly supportive of the mission, despite over 30,000 casualties, including those dead, wounded, or missing in action. Only 31% of respondents to a Gallup poll believed that it had been a mistake to commit ground troops, and not until the end of the summer of 1968 did a majority of respondents come to view the ground war as a blunder. It was little wonder that pollsters dubbed 1967 the year of the hawk, with 1/4 of Americans even registering support for a nuclear attack on North Vietnam to speed the end of the conflict. But the war was already limiting the administration's range of action domestically, even as other forces combined to challenge the continued expansion of the Great Society. Chapter 11. Backlash. On the evening of August 11, 1965, just 5 days after Lyndon Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law, a white California highway patrolman cruising the South Los Angeles neighborhood of Watts pulled over 2 brothers, both African Americans, under suspicion of drunk driving. An altercation ensued when several bystanders rushed to the men's assistance. More white police officers arrived. When one of the uniformed lawmen struck a black woman to the ground and kicked her in the stomach, the neighborhood erupted in rage. The riot proper began the next evening, as black city residents shattered white-owned shop windows, burned cars and buildings, looted, and engaged in urban warfare with heavily armed state and local police officers. Though comparably less disadvantaged than other big city ghettos, Watts, its neat tree-lined streets and tidy bungalow houses notwithstanding, bore many of the same scars: residential segregation that created population density 4 times the city average, employment discrimination that left deep pockets of economic privation, persistent law enforcement brutality that fostered a culture of animosity and distrust between the police and the citizenry, and a growing sense that America's prosperity and promise had bypassed the city's black residents. Jarring footage shot from helicopters showed blocks of burning buildings and giant smoke plumes, a bitter repudiation of the racial harmony that LBJ heralded in his many speeches favoring civil rights. Watching the news from his ranch, LBJ was uncharacteristically paralyzed by the violence. He authorized Moyers to inform the press that he found the riots tragic and shocking, but for 2 days refused to accept calls from his domestic policy chief, Joe Califano. As the president blocked out reality by strolling around his property and entertaining guests, Califano fielded a frantic plea from California's Lieutenant Governor Glenn Anderson, standing in for Governor Pat Brown, who remained abroad on an extended European holiday. After consulting with Katzenbach and McNamara, both of whom were vacationing on Martha's Vineyard, Califano took the unusual step of authorizing the Army to supply the California National Guard with food, trucks, tear gas, and ammunition. It required almost 14,000 guardsmen to end the riot, which resulted in 34 deaths, 1,000 injuries, 4,000 arrests, and $35 million in property damage, equivalent to over $250 million in 2016 dollars. Valenti was immediately alarmed when he learned of Califano's approval of federal military assistance. "I had more authority to deal with civil disturbances when I was in the Pentagon," Califano protested. "The stakes were lower there," replied Valenti. "Here, when you act, you're acting for the president." When LBJ finally returned Califano's many telephone calls, he sounded more sorrowful than angry. He feared that the riots would make it more difficult to pass Great Society legislation and threaten the gains we'd already made. He instructed Califano to set Dick Goodwin about the task of writing a brief presidential statement. When, 30 minutes later, he called to inquire about the draft, Califano told him the Coast Guard was searching for Goodwin, who was also sailing in the waters off Martha's Vineyard. "We ought to blow up that goddamned island," Johnson said. If smaller disturbances in Harlem and Philadelphia had been the warning shot, Watts let loose the volley. The following year, 1966, witnessed 38 urban riots, including deadly disturbances in Chicago, Cleveland, and San Francisco. In 1967, violence broke out in dozens of cities, most notably in Newark and Detroit, where police officers unleashed a fury of extra-legal violence against innocent black bystanders, while rioters themselves looted and burned thousands of buildings. By the summer's end, entire city blocks lay smoldering in ruins. Jerome Kavanaugh, the mayor of Detroit, surveyed what was left of his city and saw only Berlin in 1945. The ghetto conditions that turned cities into tinderboxes were not accidental creations. They were the result of a toxic combination of decades of public sector and private sector discrimination that created dangerously impoverished, dense, and segregated urban neighborhoods. Though the U.S. Supreme Court declared restrictive housing covenants to be non-binding in 1948, resistance at the grassroots level among homeowners and property agents effectively restricted African Americans to a handful of neighborhoods in most cities and barred them from all but the worst rental properties. Federal mortgage policies made matters worse. Beginning in the 1930s, most mortgages were underwritten by the Federal Housing Administration, FHA, a government agency that insured banks against losses from homeowners who defaulted on their loans. The FHA insured these mortgages in return for securing the bank's pledge to provide home loans at low interest rates and to spread interest payments over the term of the mortgage, to require only a small down payment for the purchase of a home, and finally, to allow homeowners at least 15 and as many as 30 years to pay back their loans. At minimal expense to the federal government, and with only the pledge of default insurance, the FHA freed up unprecedented levels of capital and helped create a post-war social order in which 60% of American families owned and accumulated wealth in their own homes. In deciding whether or not to insure mortgages, the FHA rated every census tract in the country. Assuming that houses lost value in neighborhoods that were racially mixed or primarily populated by African Americans and Latinos, the FHA assigned such areas lower scores or redlined them altogether, refusing to insure mortgages in these neighborhoods or insuring them on unfavorable terms. This meant that most black Americans could not secure mortgages because their mere presence in a neighborhood would choke off affordable credit. The FHA could claim that it was simply following the logic of the free market. When African Americans moved into a neighborhood, white homeowners tended to flee en masse, thus glutting the local real estate market and collectively driving down the prices of their homes. In this sense, it was grassroots white racism, not government policy, that was to blame. But this logic was circular. White homeowners understood on some level that when black families moved into their neighborhoods, home prices dropped. Prices dropped in part because the FHA stopped insuring mortgages for prospective buyers in these newly heterogeneous neighborhoods, thus making loans more expensive and driving down the amount of money that buyers could reasonably offer. It was a vicious cycle, and one that kept the majority of Black Americans trapped in a rapidly depleting and deteriorating universe of old housing stock in majority-minority neighborhoods. These inner-city neighborhoods became dangerously overcrowded and received inadequate public services like sanitation and road repair. In a perverse twist, Black residents had little recourse but to rent cramped, subdivided apartments in buildings whose white landlords often neglected repairs and upkeep. But the physical decay of their homes fed white Americans' suspicions that Black residents chose to live in squalor. I would just like to say that when these houses were built, they did not come furnished with roaches. The Democratic Congressman Wayne Hayes of Ohio, normally a reliable administration supporter, said of the Black ghetto neighborhoods of Cleveland. What are we to do now? Go out and clean houses for these people? It was not just a matter of housing. Discrimination by employers and nepotism within trade unions had long excluded Black workers from well-paying blue-collar industries that gave rise to the post-war middle class. As George Meany, the president of the AFL-CIO, crassly admitted, "When I was a plumber, it never occurred to me to have niggers in the union." Even in liberal bastions like New York City, African Americans in the post-war period constituted less than 5% of all dock workers, skilled machinists, electricians, or unionized carpenters. The Black unemployment rate was double that of the city's unemployment rate. And New York was better than most places. In Chicago, 17% of Black adults were unemployed. In Cleveland, 20%. In Detroit, 39%. The stark poverty and inequality that marred ghetto neighborhoods stood in sharp contrast to America's self-image as a prosperous society, and influenced the way in which violence unfolded and was reported. Sociologists soon drew distinctions between the commodity riots of the mid-1960s and the community riots that preceded them. Unlike earlier racial disturbances, which saw white residents and law enforcement officers target African Americans, and African Americans attempt to defend themselves in turn, commodity riots saw Black urbanites destroy and plunder white-owned institutions in their own communities. To the average white television viewer, this interdirected arson seemed self-defeating at best and dangerously criminal at worst. Members of the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, also known as the Kerner Commission, after its chairman, Illinois Governor Otto Kerner, later concluded that many Black Americans, no less than their white neighbors, had internalized ubiquitous imagery linking the culture of post-war prosperity to citizenship. What they could not own, they were determined to loot or destroy in protest. As one young looter told the commission, "They tell us about pie in the sky, but that pie in the sky is too damn high." In the aftermath of the Newark riots of 1967, the Black arts poet Amiri Baraka told a state investigative commission that the poorest Black man in Newark, in America, knows how white people live. "We have television sets. We see movies. We see the fantasy and the reality of white America every day." Though liberals, including Lyndon Johnson, were sympathetic to the structural causes behind urban riots, many middle-class and working-class white voters reacted with fear and anger. They saw minority neighborhoods swelling to accommodate 4 million African Americans who made the great post-war migration from the Deep South to the urban North and Midwest. And as those neighborhoods pushed up against their own, they focused on the symptoms rather than the causes of urban blight. The neighborhood was totally destroyed as soon as the Blacks moved in. a typical white resident of a transitional Brooklyn neighborhood observed several years later. Buildings started burning down, and we had more crime. My sister and two of my little cousins went trick-or-treating one night, and about 6 or 7 niggers ripped them off. I'm not saying it's all blacks. It's just that people have blacks living right next to them. And sure, they're nice people. In my old neighborhood, we used to have blacks who were nice people, and we were friends and everything. A homeowner explained that it's the minority's right to move where they want. I wouldn't mind if a colored family moved next door if they were upstanding and fine like me. Educated and intelligent blacks? Why not? They are people. Color shouldn't have any place there. But I don't want trash who will frighten me. My problem is walking in the streets and seeing people who I don't know whether they're going to bother me. There is no reason to walk in fear. Many white Americans wore blinders when they commingled concerns about integration with fear of crime. But lawlessness was a real and growing problem. Between 1960 and 1970, the national crime rate increased by 176%, a trend that continued unabated into the 1970s. Whereas the annual murder rate held steady throughout the 1940s and 1950s, between 1963 and 1975, it nearly doubled. The decade also saw a pronounced increase in narcotics distribution and use. These trends were well in evidence by the time of the Watts riot. Ordinary people could feel them if they could not yet quantify them, and it became all too easy to attribute them to the growth of black urban ghettos. Even as crime rates and drug use were soaring, the judiciary was becoming even more solicitous of the rights of the accused. In the 1960s, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that defendants must be informed of their constitutional rights upon arrest and could not stand trial without counsel. Other rulings made it more difficult for police officers to conduct searches and seizures without proper warrants. In some cases, the courts went so far as to assume control of entire state penal systems, many of which held prisoners in dangerous, inhumane conditions. However constitutionally sound these decisions might have been, they sat poorly with many middle Americans who saw the courts as weighing in on the side of criminals rather than on that of law-abiding taxpayers. Further contributing to popular frustration, many legal authorities in the late 1960s embraced the work of liberal criminologists and sociologists who claimed that America suffered a crisis of over-criminalization. Many judges meted out softer sentences, while some states began liberalizing their juvenile justice systems to mainstream thousands of young offenders. Also vexing to growing numbers of white middle-class and working-class voters was the explosion of America's welfare burden, particularly the sharp rise in the number of people benefiting from Aid to Families with Dependent Children, AFDC. Part of the Social Security Act of 1935, the program originally intended to provide support to single mothers whose husbands had died of work-related injuries or unforeseen health problems. But by 1957, roughly 57% of recipients were divorced or abandoned mothers and their children. Between 1960 and 1968, the AFDC rolls almost doubled from 3.1 million recipients to 6.1 million. Roughly 46% of these recipients were Black Americans. This upsurge in welfare caseloads owed partly to a steady rise in divorce and out-of-wedlock births, but it was also the result of a deliberate initiative on the part of the National Welfare Rights Organization, NWRO, a group with 100,000 members, to encourage eligible adults, most of them single mothers, to enroll in the program and demand their full benefits. Some NWRO activists genuinely intended to overburden the system. They wanted it to collapse under its own weight in the somewhat naive hope that a more comprehensive system of income support might emerge in its place. But the organization's clients were legally entitled to collect benefits, and increasingly, they did. A legacy program from the New Deal era, AFDC hardly afforded recipients extravagant support. Average monthly assistance in 1960 was just $108, leaving welfare beneficiaries well below the official poverty level. But as the cost to taxpayers increased from $3.8 billion in 1960 to $9.8 billion in 1968, so did the antipathy of many white voters who bundled welfare, crime, and civil unrest together in a nebulous but powerful rejection of liberal social and economic policies. As the public increasingly came to associate the Johnson administration with its signature commitment to civil rights, many voters found it difficult to decouple the Great Society from the struggle for black equality. Programs that aided poor people seemed specially manufactured to transfer hard-earned tax dollars from thrifty white workers to shiftless welfare recipients in the black ghetto. It mattered little that most welfare recipients were white, or that the primary drivers of black poverty were employment and housing discrimination. Perception became the new reality in politics. Many white Northerners who supported civil rights when that commitment was confined to the desegregation of schools, public accommodations, and voting booths in the South instantly revolted against the Great Society when that struggle came to their schools, workplaces, and neighborhoods. The backlash that LBJ's team had feared in 1964 finally seemed primed to materialize, and in 1966 it crystallized around the issue of open housing. The idea for an open housing bill had been in the works for over a year. "We've got to end this goddamn discrimination against Negroes," the president barked at Joe Califano as the two men took a late afternoon swim at the LBJ Ranch during the summer of 1965. LBJ, who was tall enough to stand in the deep end, jabbed repeatedly at the shoulders of his young aide, who was paddling furiously in an effort to stay afloat. "Until people, whether they're purple, brown, black, yellow, red, green, or whatever, live together, they'll never know they have the same hopes for their children, the same fears, troubles, woes, ambitions. I want a bill that makes it possible for anybody to buy a house anywhere they can afford to. Now, can you do that? Can you do all these things?" Califano replied that he could. The legislation was ready by the time Johnson delivered his State of the Union address in January 1966, when he asked Congress to pass his new bill. Known eventually as the Civil Rights Act of 1966, the proposed measure was for the most part uncontroversial. It included certain items left uncovered by the 1964 Civil Rights Bill, including a ban on racial discrimination in jury selection, and strengthened pre-existing measures by granting the Department of Justice broader authority to bring desegregation lawsuits, steps that most moderates could support. But Title IV, an open housing provision that barred racial discrimination in the sale and rental of housing, proved explosive. It drew the immediate opposition of Republican legislators, including Senate Minority Leader Everett Dirksen and House Minority Leader Gerald Ford, local community groups, and the real estate lobby. Throughout the spring and summer, congressmen received constituent mail by the bagful, demanding in livid terms the rejection of the open housing provision. As a citizen and a taxpayer, I was very upset to hear about Title IV of the so-called Civil Rights Bill S. 3296, a resident of Illinois wrote to Senator Paul Douglas, a liberal who was running for a fourth term that year. "This is not civil rights. This takes away a person's rights. We too are people and need someone to protect us." Another voter complained that his family designed and built our own home, and I would hate to think of being forced to sell my lovely home to anyone just because they had the money. Do you or any of your friends live next door to a Negro? Why should we have them pushed down our throats? Another angry constituent demanded. Douglas's home state was ground zero of the open housing battle that summer, as Martin Luther King Jr. led protests throughout the Bungalow Belt, in Chicago's working-class white neighborhoods, and the nearby blue-collar suburb of Cicero. Polish, Italian, and Irish residents, who had once been staunch Democratic voters, now erupted in fury against peaceful black marchers. They pelted protesters with rocks, beat them with clubs and fists, and in unknowing emulation of urban rioters whom they decried, set the occasional object on fire. Cries of white power," rang out in an angry rebuke of the black power mantra that many young, radical civil rights activists had adopted a year earlier. "Polish power, burn them like Jews. We want Martin Luther Coon. Roses are red, violets are black. King would look good with a knife in his back." King, who had moved his family into a rancid apartment in Chicago's black ghetto to signal his commitment to Northern civil rights activism, was aghast at the ugly reception accorded his peaceful marchers. "I think the people of Mississippi ought to come to Chicago to learn how to hate," he mournfully remarked. Weeks before the start of the fall campaign, an Illinois resident and staunch Democrat informed Douglas that he could not help but wholeheartedly agree with Barry Goldwater. "I feel Mr. Johnson is much responsible for the present riot by his constant encouragement for the Negro to take any measure to assert himself and demand his rights. Rights and respect are earned." The situation in Illinois was not an aberration. Back in Washington, Harry McPherson sat down for an off-the-record conversation with Bob Novak, one of the country's leading political columnists. "We mostly talked about civil rights," he reported to Moyers. He is convinced that the white backlash is growing as a response to the riots and the fair housing legislation. "I acknowledge that there was a lot of this, but I thought it coexisted in people's minds with a sense that there was a real emergency that could only be solved by helping the Negro become a part of our society." He said that this might be so, but negative reactions were spreading to the white middle class from the white lower class, and this presented the gravest danger to progress the civil rights movement has yet faced. White House officials, who had been so pleasantly surprised at the relative ease with which Southern states accepted the desegregation of hospitals and movie theaters, did not anticipate how inviolate many white ethnic residents of northern cities and suburbs regarded their neighborhood boundaries. Weeks later, a correspondent for Time told McPherson that the backlash issue had overtaken Vietnam as the top consideration for white voters in Indiana and Ohio. Their warnings would soon prove prescient. By early fall, conservatives in both parties perceived an opening and grasped it. George Smathers, a Democratic senator from Florida and LBJ confidant, openly asked why, when a colored boy rapes a white girl, he gets off easier. Congressman William Colmer, a Democrat from Mississippi, lamented that the Social Security widow in my district would now be forced to rent a room to a black man. Gerald Ford more subtly insisted that respect for law and order is basic to the achievement of common goals within our nation, and blamed Title IV for sowing the seeds of rebellion. Since its inception, he declared, it has created confusion and bitterness. It has divided the country and fostered discord and animosity when calmness and a unified approach to civil rights problems are desperately needed. In an editorial for U.S. News and World Report that August, the former Vice President Richard Nixon taught his fellow Republicans how to fuse anxieties over housing, urban riots, crime, and civil disorder with more nuance but no less precision. Who is responsible for the breakdown of law and order in this country? He asked rhetorically. He laid the blame squarely with well-meaning but sorely misguided public officials, educators, clergymen, and civil rights leaders, who had incited African Americans with inflated expectations and expansive rights consciousness. Quoting his political opponents wildly out of context, he pointed to Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who claimed he could lead a mighty good revolt, the junior senator from New York, Robert Kennedy, who argued that there is no point in telling Negroes to obey the law, and the professor, a catch-all for the academic elites who populated LBJ's domestic policy task forces, who, in raising a cry against de facto segregation, unknowingly gave young people license to riot and revolt. Perhaps to the professor, it may be crystal clear where civil disobedience may begin and where it must end, but the boundaries have become fluid to his students. Practiced as he was at the art of rhetorical provocation, Nixon did not choose the metaphor of professor and student without meticulous calculation. It was a symbol bound to resonate with millions of men and women who instinctively knew the protests overwhelming America's college and university campuses had something to do with their broader tangle of concerns, even if they could not say precisely why or how. Back in September 1964, roughly 1,000 students who had participated in Freedom Summer in Mississippi returned to colleges and universities throughout the country. They were battle-tested and with eyes wide open, and they formed the spark that set off waves of campus demonstrations that began at the University of California at Berkeley, where police attempted to block civil rights activists from canvassing on campus. One such Freedom Summer veteran was Mario Savio, the unofficial leader of the Berkeley free speech movement, who told his fellow collegians, "Last summer I went to Mississippi to join the struggle there for civil rights. This fall I am engaged in another phase of the same struggle, this time in Berkeley. In Mississippi, an autocratic and powerful minority rules through organized violence to suppress the vast majority. In California, the privileged minority manipulates the university bureaucracy to suppress the students' political expression." Savio encouraged his peers to perceive a real parallel between political repression in the South, the familiar images of police dogs, water hoses, and tobacco-chewing sheriffs, and the university administration's restrictive policies governing political advocacy on campus grounds. More viscerally, he tapped into an undercurrent of resentment about the everyday realities of student life. Fueled by a massive influx of federal research dollars, universities in the 1960s grew to unprecedented size. Prior to World War II, no American higher education institution had a student population over 15,000. But by 1970, more than 50 campuses were that large. Undergraduates at these schools were increasingly likely to take mass courses in which the professor was a distant pinpoint in the well of a lecture hall and a graduate teaching assistant, scarcely older than they, providing their only human interaction with an instructor. Young people raised in nurturing middle-class homes were now assigned IBM punch cards. "They always seem to be wanting to make me into a number," complained one undergraduate. "I won't let them. I have a name and am important enough to be known by it. I'll join any movement that comes along to help me." Further contributing to student resentment was the thick web of in loco parentis rules that regarded college administrators as proxy mothers and fathers. At the University of Illinois, undergraduates faced a weeknight curfew of 10:30 p.m. and a weekend curfew of 1 a.m. At the University of Massachusetts, women who broke curfew by 5 minutes lost privileges for the ensuing Friday night. 10 minutes cost them Saturday night. 15 minutes bought them a hearing before the Women's Judiciary Committee. At Barnard College, a man could visit a woman's dorm room at set hours, but 3 of the couple's 4 legs had to be touching the ground at all times. Earlier generations of college students accommodated themselves to in loco parentis rules, which had governed college campuses in one way or another since the inception of modern American higher education in the late 19th century, but not the baby boomers. Having been raised according to the child-centered progressive model preferred by middle-class parents and suburban schools in the early post-war era, many college students came to regard in loco parentis as a special form of oppression. The Black freedom struggle and the Vietnam War gave them a way to understand this feeling of oppression. If there is any one reason for increased student protest, recalled a journalist at the University of Utah, it would probably be the civil rights movement. The movement convinced many of them that non-violent demonstrations could be an effective device on the campus. It also served to make them more sensitive of their own civil rights. The American university campus has become a ghetto, claimed an activist at the University of Florida. Like all ghettos, it has its managers, the administrators, its Uncle Toms, the intimidated status berserk faculty, its raw natural resources processed for outside exploitation and consumption, the students. At Berkeley, as on other campuses, the initial spark was administrative overreach. Students were barred from exercising their right to canvass on university property. In the case of Berkeley, authorities prohibited political advocacy at the heavily trafficked intersection of Bancroft Way and Telegraph Avenue. Student activists understandably chafed at the suggestion that they leave their First Amendment rights at the college gates. They also perceived parallels between their personal and political marginalization and that of oppressed minorities at home and abroad. Many, if not most, protesters were deeply sincere in their beliefs, but they also situated their own experiences within a broader spectrum of political repression and fought both for civil rights and for an end to in loco parentis, for draft resistance and for free speech on campus, against the Vietnam War and against the culture of benign neglect to which faculty and administrators subjected them. When they complained, as did one activist, that Michigan State is the Mississippi of American universities, they risked incurring the perfectly valid charge that they were a favored cohort appropriating the legitimate struggle of less privileged people. They also invited unfavorable comparisons to less privileged people in their own backyards. 27 million young men came of draft age between 1964 and 1973, the peak years of American military engagement in Southeast Asia. Of that total, 2.5 million men served in the Vietnam War. Roughly 25% of all enlisted men who served in Vietnam were from poor families, 55% from working-class families, and 20% from the ranks of the middle class. In an era when half of all Americans claimed at least some post-secondary education, only 20% of Vietnam War servicemen had been to college, while a staggering 19% had not completed 12th grade. When I was in high school, I knew I wasn't going to college, remembered a typical recruit. It was really out of the question. Even graduating from high school was a big thing in my family. Among enlisted men who fought in Vietnam, roughly 1/3 were drafted, 1/3 joined entirely out of choice, and 1/3 were draft-motivated enlistees who expected to be swept up by the Selective Service and volunteered in hopes of choosing the branch and location of their service. Many recruits who joined of their own volition had few other options. Unemployment rates for young men hovered around 12.5% in the late 1960s, over double that figure for young black men. And even in places where unemployment was low, companies were reluctant to hire and train young working-class men for fear they would soon be drafted. "You try to get a job," explained one such unemployed man, "and the first thing they ask you is if you fulfilled your military service." By contrast, middle-class boomers enjoyed a host of options in avoiding the draft. The government extended deferments to students enrolled in college or graduate school, but only to those who were full-time students. "I was in school," recalled one working-class man, "but I was only carrying a course load of 9 credits. You had to have 12 or 15 back then to earn a deferment. But I was working 2 jobs and didn't have time for another 3 credits. The selective service snatched him up. Potential conscripts could also avoid the draft if they furnished military authorities with proof of psychiatric or medical ineligibility. But as a general rule, few working-class families enjoyed regular access to private physicians who could furnish or fabricate evidence of long-term treatment for a qualifying disability. Most poor and working-class kids who had physical problems had to rely on Army doctors to pronounce them unfit for military service, explained a Detroit-based attorney who offered free draft counseling to local men. Yes, there were doctors there, but their goal was to process as many people as possible. Day in and day out, people who had legitimate ailments under the written regulations put forth by the selective service system were approved for military service. Even something so simple as orthodontic braces were grounds for ineligibility, but few working-class men could afford to pay $2,000 for elective dental work. Because of the built-in bias in the draft system, Vietnam split Americans by class and geography. 3 affluent towns in Massachusetts, Milton, Lexington, and Wellesley, lost 11 young men in the war out of a total population of roughly 100,000. Nearby Dorchester, a working-class enclave with a comparable population, saw 42 of its sons die in Southeast Asia. A study conducted in Illinois found that young men from working-class neighborhoods were 4 times as likely to be killed in the war as men from middle-class neighborhoods, while in New York, Newsday studied the backgrounds of 400 Long Island men who died in Vietnam and concluded that they were overwhelmingly white working-class men. Their parents were typically blue-collar or clerical workers, mailmen, factory workers, building tradesmen, and so on. Where a man lived, who his parents were, and how he grew up, mattered enormously. It was a reality that concerned some of Johnson's aides, including Harry McPherson, who early on proposed a compulsory national service system that would require all men of fighting age to enlist in either the military, the Peace Corps, Vista, or the Job Corps. The idea went nowhere. Not until Richard Nixon ended the deferment system in 1971 would it become more difficult for privileged families to opt their sons out of the war, but within a year, Nixon had pulled out all but 24,000 men, rendering the issue almost moot. Counterintuitively, public polls data consistently revealed very little daylight between working-class and middle-class voters on the issue of Vietnam. Bob Novak confided to Harry McPherson that most people in the middle, classifiable neither as doves or hawks, are in despair over a solution. Yet even as opposition to the war increased, the parents of soldiers, Marines, and airmen found it difficult to identify with, much less embrace, middle-class college protesters. Here were these kids, a working-class father would later say, rich kids who could go to college, who didn't have to fight. They are telling you your son died in vain. It makes you feel your whole life is shit, just nothing. A firefighter whose son died in the war told an interviewer, "I'm bitter. You bet your goddamn dollar I'm bitter. It's people like us who give up our sons for the country. The college types, the professors, they go to Washington and tell the government what to do. But their sons don't end up in the swamps over there. No, sir. They're deferred because they're in school." Ralph had no choice. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. They just took him to defend democracy. That's what they kept on saying. Hell, I wonder. Ralph's mother confessed that, "My husband and I can't help but thinking that our son gave his life for nothing." Yet they despised the peace crowd. "I told my husband I thought they wanted the war to end, so no more Ralphs will die. But he says no, they never stop and think about Ralph and his kind of people. And I'm inclined to agree. I'm against this war too, the way a mother is whose sons are in the army, who has lost a son fighting it. The world hears those demonstrators making their noise. The world doesn't hear me, and it doesn't hear a single person I know." These divisions were only beginning to emerge in 1966, but some politicians on the right already understood how to exploit them. Chief among them was Ronald Reagan. When Reagan first signaled his intention to run for California's governorship in 1966, most political observers regarded his candidacy with mild bemusement. Though a drab, even gruff character, the Democratic incumbent, Pat Brown, was a liberal giant. He originally defeated California's powerful U.S. Senator William Noland in a hotly contested gubernatorial election in 1958, and 4 years later trounced the former Vice President, Richard Nixon, who bitterly told the press, "You won't have Nixon to kick around anymore, because, gentlemen, this is my last press conference." It was a bizarre and ungracious performance. In its aftermath, ABC television aired a special segment titled "The Political Obituary of Richard M. Nixon." Barring a miracle, Time magazine announced, Richard Nixon can never hope to be elected to any political office again. During his 8 years in office, Brown stewarded the construction of 1,000 miles of state highways, massive irrigation projects that watered the Southern California desert, funding for new hospitals and clinics, a school-building initiative to accommodate millions of baby boomer children who would come of age in the following decade, and an unparalleled higher education construction program that created one of the world's most formidable public university systems, whose campuses offered the children of California's growing middle class a top-flight college education, tuition-free. Ronald Reagan, a former actor whose glory days were already well behind him, claimed no experience in public office and was a political carbon copy of Barry Goldwater, the conservative ideologue whom LBJ humiliated just 2 years before. When asked what kind of chief executive he would be, Reagan flashed his winning grin and replied, "I don't know. I've never played a governor before." He was easy to dismiss, as when the political satirist Tom Lehrer recorded a song about George Murphy, the song and dance man whom Californians sent to the U.S. Senate in 1964. "Hollywood's often tried to mix show business with politics," Lehrer crooned. "From Helen Gahagan to Ronald Reagan?" Yet Reagan had been an avid student of politics since his tenure as president of the Screen Actors Guild in the late 1940s, when he walked in lockstep with other AFL and CIO officials in championing Harry Truman's Fair Deal. In 1948, he played a leading role in Labor's drive to secure a victory for Truman in California, and supported Hubert Humphrey in his successful bid for a seat in the U.S. Senate. In 1950, Reagan even backed Helen Gahagan Douglas, the left-wing actress turned congresswoman, with whom he would later be lumped together in Lehrer's song, in her bitter, unsuccessful Senate campaign against Richard Nixon. If Reagan had always been politically engaged, his ideology evolved over the following decade. He clashed with Communist Union infiltrators in the 1940s and 1950s, and when his movie career fell into a steep decline, later Reagan features include such unmemorable flicks as Law and Order and Castle Queen of Montana, eagerly accepted an invitation to host General Electric's television hour. GE was then on the vanguard of the incipient conservative revival. It indoctrinated employees with company book clubs. The reading list invariably featured watered-down works by conservative economists and theorists, and cemented its public standing with its popular Sunday night television show. In need of the money, Reagan was happy to play the part, which came with a whopping salary of $125,000 per year, later raised to $150,000. The former trade union president became a company spokesman. Part of his job was to tour GE plants and deliver political speeches to the employee base. He was a popular draw and used his celebrity to excite opposition to John Kennedy's proposed Medicare bill. "If you and I don't do this," he implored his audience, "then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children's children what it was once like in America when men were free." "How much are they paying you for this shit?" asked one liberal skeptic during a routine plant visit. Toward the latter part of his GE contract, Reagan returned to the presidency of the Screen Actors Guild and proved a tough negotiator with the studios, even as he warned GE workers about the perils of their own union and perfected the contours of what later became known simply as the speech. Designed originally for internal GE audiences, Reagan retooled the presentation in 1964 to raise money for Barry Goldwater. The speech signaled his full conversion from New Deal partisan to New Right crusader. 2 years earlier, he switched his party registration, but it hardly mattered. He had not supported a Democratic presidential candidate since 1948. Though Reagan's gubernatorial candidacy seemed improbable at first blush, political observers understood the high stakes involved. "California is the most populous state in the Union," remarked the conservative San Diego Union, and a Republican victory in November would most certainly signal the beginning of the end of the political extravagances of the Great Society. Johnson was eager to forestall that possibility. "We've just got to go after him," he privately confided to Brown, "and put him right where he belongs, with Goldwater around his neck." "I spent all day Sunday reviewing Mr. Reagan's record," the governor assured LBJ. "And this fellow is part of the kook crowd in the United States. He's to the right of Goldwater." "No question about that," Johnson agreed. "He's got a better television personality, and he's more effective. But he's more dangerous." As was often the case, Johnson proved an apt political seer. On the hustings, Reagan took care to distance himself from the same extremists whom Barry Goldwater had, to devastating consequences, refused to renounce. When Brown's campaign issued attack literature tying the candidate to the John Birch Society, Reagan just shrugged. "If anyone chooses to vote for me, they are buying my views. I am not buying theirs," he insisted. He avoided Goldwater's angry dogmatism and reassured moderate residents when he acknowledged that, as the state grows, we must have growth in government services. He did not propose to shut down entire agencies, only that there should be some proportionality. He assured voters that he never advocated selling the post office or abolishing Social Security, nor do I believe in some conspiracy theory that all who favored increased government planning and control are engaged in a devious plot. When he decried the state of affairs in Watts, still a raw memory among Californians just 1 year after the riots, he allowed that 99% of the people there are fine, responsible citizens and had no part in the trouble. We're talking about a 1% minority. With deft preparation, his staff typed out hundreds of index cards with issue-specific one-liners and ripostes, each of which the candidate committed to memory with his actor's discipline. Reagan sidestepped every landmine that Goldwater had tripped. "I disagree with almost everything he says," groused one of Brown's aides. "But damn it, I can't help but feel that he is basically a nice guy." Nice guy or not, Reagan proved adroit at channeling backlash against seemingly unrelated conditions that troubled many white Americans. He blamed the riots in Watts on the philosophy that in any situation the public should turn to government for the answer. He decried the small minority of beatniks, radicals, and filthy speech advocates who brought shame to the University of California at Berkeley, one of the flagships of the state's higher education system, a system that should have been a crowning proof point for Pat Brown, but that Reagan forced him to wear like an albatross around his neck. His audiences listened with rapt attention as he described an anti-war program at Berkeley where 2 movie screens pictured the nude torsos of men and women, from time to time in suggestive positions and movements. 3 rock bands played simultaneously. The smell of marijuana was thick through the hall. There were signs that some of those present had taken dope. There were intimations of other happenings which cannot be mentioned. For millions of white middle-class and working-class voters who regarded campus unrest with disgust and disbelief, after all, had any generation of Americans ever known such privilege as the UC students who attended some of the finest colleges in the land free of cost? Reagan offered an identifiable cause, liberalism, and cure. "I'd like to harness their youthful energy with a strap," he said of juvenile delinquents. It was a line bound to draw approving nods from the crowd. On no issue did Reagan hit home harder than on open housing. In 1963, at Brown's urging, the legislature passed a state law barring racial, ethnic, and religious discrimination in housing sales and rentals. Brown called it one of the great victories of my career and the beginning of our struggle to attack the problem of the ghettos. The following year, even as Johnson carried California with 59% of the vote to Goldwater's 41%, voters passed Proposition 14, a provision that voided the open housing law. In subsequent years, both the California Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court would rule the proposition unconstitutional. It was a canary in a coal mine, and running for re-election in 1966, Brown now had to answer for Lyndon Johnson's proposed federal open housing law, a law that would reimpose the same restrictions that Californians had recently rejected by a lopsided margin. "I have never believed that majority rule has the right to impose on an individual as to what he does with his property," Reagan argued. "This has nothing to do with discrimination. It has to do with our freedom, our basic freedom." It was a theme that he hammered with relentless consistency and to great effect, deploying phrases like basic freedom and basic individual rights with almost mechanic precision. On September 14th, less than 8 weeks before the election, Senate liberals in Washington, D.C. failed to achieve cloture on a Southern filibuster of the president's federal open housing legislation, a bill that he had already stripped down by exempting 60% of the country's housing units. It was the first major Great Society initiative to die in Congress. The defeat only strengthened Reagan's hand in California. Pat Brown did little to help himself. He ran a hapless campaign. but in the end it probably mattered little. Reagan trounced the once popular incumbent, winning 58% of the vote to Brown's 42%. Nationally, in the midterm races, Democrats lost 47 seats in the U.S. House and 3 in the Senate, including Paul Douglas, whom Illinois voters punished for his support for open housing, and saw reactionary candidates win several key gubernatorial elections. Some observers understood backlash as primarily a function of growing racial animosity on the part of working-class white voters. In a Gallup poll, 52% of white respondents agreed that LBJ was moving too fast on civil rights. Only 10% thought he was not moving fast enough. These results represented a sharp erosion in support for the Black freedom movement since 1962. Go into any home, any bar, any barber shop, and you will find people are not talking about Vietnam or rising prices or prosperity, a Chicago congressman observed on the eve of the election. They are talking about Martin Luther King and how they are moving in on us and what's going to happen to our neighborhoods. Reagan understood how to channel racial animosity into anger with Lyndon Johnson. Now the raps are off the Great Society, he remarked in the wake of his victory, decrying the welfare state and unprecedented federalization of American life. Voters who had tolerated an expanded role for the federal government could be converted to opposition if they perceived the government as a threat to the privileges they enjoyed as homeowners and working-class or middle-class workers. Working-class and middle-class white voters were not the only constituency that began to sour on the Great Society. By 1966, a small but influential group of public intellectuals had begun to question the efficacy of government programs designed to remedy social and economic problems like poverty. Though some of these critics made a swift and unambiguous migration to the conservative camp, Norman Podhoretz, the editor of Commentary, figured prominently in this group. Others insisted that they remained committed liberals, or, as the sociologist Daniel Bell wryly labeled himself, skeptical Whigs. Eventually, the term neoconservative took root. Alongside one-time anti-communist liberals like James Q. Wilson, Nathan Glazer, Seymour Martin Lipset, and Irving Kristol, prominent essayists and social scientists openly challenged many of the tenets of Great Society liberalism. Though in the pages of Commentary and The Public Interest, a journal devoted to public scholarship, they disagreed among themselves as much as they jousted with conventional liberal Democrats. Among this group, none was more influential or connected to the wiring of official Washington than Daniel Patrick Moynihan, an early participant in the Johnson administration's Interagency Poverty Task Force and Assistant Secretary of Labor from 1963 to 1965. A tall and voluble Irish Catholic who had affected an aristocratic accent ever since his postgraduate studies in England, and who later earned a Ph.D. in international relations to match the patrician drawl, Moynihan enjoyed a close friendship with Harry Macpherson, but was otherwise a second-tier member of both the New Frontier and the Great Society crowds. The Department of Labor was comparatively small, and his role as Assistant Secretary for Policy, Planning, and Research was toothless. He was the in-house intellectual, given free rein to write reports and issue memorandums. Unlike most early architects of the Johnson administration's anti-poverty agenda, Moynihan was skeptical of opportunity theory and believed that what poor people needed was not compensatory programs like education and job training, but actual jobs. The only way out of poverty for a man is employment, he urged. By 1965, his focus turned to the one group of Americans who had fallen most precipitously out of the labor market, black men, whose rate of unemployment was more than twice that of white men. In a series of sharp memorandums, he urged corrective measures to boost workforce participation, including the institution of twice-daily mail delivery. The U.S. Postal Service traditionally employed many black mailmen, and a loosening of military tests that excluded a disproportionate number of black men from the armed services. The single most important and dramatic instance of the exclusion of Negro Americans from employment opportunities is that of the armed forces, he told McPherson. Above all things, the down-and-out Negro boy needs to be inducted into the male American society. Moynihan was sharply critical of aid to families with dependent children, a program that grew at a rapid clip during the 1960s through no effort of Lyndon Johnson. Indeed, the president kept wary watch as the roles expanded. He believed that the program created a powerful disincentive to marriage by restricting eligibility to single-parent households, almost always headed by women. It rotted the poor, he claimed. Rather than pension the Negroes off, he urged a dramatic volte-face in the administration's poverty agenda. Nothing would be more terrible if it should come to pass. We have created an entire subculture of dependency, alienation, and despair. We have already done as much to whole sections of Appalachia, as I understand it, and also to the Indian reservations. It is in truth the way that we cope with this kind of problem, as against giving the men proper jobs and a respectable place in their community and family. In 1965, Moynihan set about the task of writing a report on the relationship between family structure and unemployment in poor black communities. He read widely, beginning with the renowned black historian W.E.B. Du Bois, who 6 decades earlier observed many of the same trends: high rates of joblessness, single-parent households, absentee fathers, and E. Franklin Frazier, one of the nation's leading sociologists and arguably the most prominent African American in his field, both of whom attributed the dissolution of black families to the social and psychological trauma of slavery. He also consulted the work of Horace Cayton, St. Clair Drake, and Allison Davis, black scholars who wrote about the traumatic aftershocks of urbanization on formerly rural African Americans. Like Du Bois before him, Frazier devoted particular focus to charting rates of illegitimacy in poor black communities. Of equal inspiration were 2 celebrated studies: Slavery, by the white historian Stanley Elkins, and Dark Ghetto, by Kenneth Clark, a black psychologist who first achieved public acclaim when the Supreme Court cited his earlier work to buttress its decision in the case of Brown v. Board of Education. Elkins drew heavily on studies by the child psychiatrist Bruno Bettelheim, who had argued that Nazi concentration camps deeply scarred their prisoners emotionally, reducing them to a docile, childlike state. Relying on plantation records kept by white slaveholders and oral histories of ex-slaves that the Works Progress Administration conducted in the 1930s, Elkins arrived at similar conclusions about the lasting effects of slavery on black Americans. Though he broke with a historiographical legacy of apologia and portrayed American chattel slavery as singularly brutal, he also concluded that this very inhumanity infantilized its subjects and destroyed the psyche of black American men. In a similar vein, Clark concluded that slavery had so degraded black men as to establish a Negro matriarchy, further perpetuated by the continued post-slavery relegation of the Negro male to menial and subservient status. These scars carried over into the urban North, where black migrants crowded into the dark ghetto, an institutionalized pathology. It is chronic, self-perpetuating pathology. An engaging synthesizer, but not an original scholar, Moynihan wove these themes into a powerful but inevitably controversial and flawed report. He argued that the fundamental problem in poor black communities was that of family structure. A middle-class group has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled, poorly educated city working class, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. Slavery and Jim Crow had destroyed black families. In particular, centuries of discrimination had broken the psyche of black men and created a self-perpetuating cycle of joblessness, broken homes, and poverty. A close read of the report leaves no doubt that Moynihan strongly advocated a massive federal program to ensure that black Americans realized equal results, not just equal rights. He intended to bolster not a conservative argument against intervention, but rather a liberal argument for income maintenance and jobs programs. But in focusing so intently on black family structure and borrowing liberally from works of psychology, sociology, and psychohistory, he furnished conservative intellectuals with an arsenal of powerful rhetoric that they would later use to argue against the efficacy of anti-poverty programs. The report's most provocative and memorable line identified a tangle of pathology that rendered working-class black communities damaged and in need of intervention. At the center of the tangle of pathology, he wrote, is the weakness of the family structure. Once or twice removed, it will be found to be the principal source of most of the aberrant, inadequate, or antisocial behavior that did not establish, but now serves to perpetuate the cycle of poverty and deprivation. Harry McPherson, who remained Moynihan's closest ally inside the West Wing, later observed that as the administration shifted its focus from securing equality of opportunity to equality of outcome, it waded into murkier waters. Most Northern white voters could agree that segregated buses and Jim Crow voting laws were morally reprehensible. They recoiled in collective horror at images of white policemen brutally assaulting peaceful protesters. But when it came to housing segregation, ghetto violence, and economic inequality, there were no apparent villains, at least none that strangers could identify, in the broken homes of the northern cities where men chose to be unemployed. Women chose welfare, and young people chose heroin. Inside the White House, Moynihan's report circulated quietly for several weeks. It is unclear whether LBJ ever read it. His aides would later claim he did not, but it made an impression on the staff, who recognized both its powerful argument and its explosive potential. In May 1965, Moynihan was summoned to the West Wing, where he collaborated with Goodwin on the president's forthcoming commencement speech at Howard University. The speech was in large part a condensed and sanitized version of Moynihan's larger effort. Johnson acknowledged the centuries of systemic violence and discrimination against black men, the long years of degradation and discrimination, which have attacked his dignity and assaulted his ability to produce for his family. He rehearsed the familiar themes of broken families, single-parent homes, and communities in disarray. But in his call to action, LBJ, reciting lines that Goodwin and Moynihan penned for him, went further than the report in providing prescriptive guidance. He declared that freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying, now you are free to go where you want, and do as you desire, and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bring him up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. The president announced that he would soon convene a conference of scholars and experts and outstanding Negro leaders, men of both races, and officials of government at every level, to propose a bold course of action that would remedy centuries of debilitating oppression. Titled, "To Fulfill These Rights," The speech heralded a new phase in the Johnson administration's war on poverty and drive toward black equality. In the meantime, aides grappled with how to handle the report, a potentially incendiary document whose author, Moynihan, left the administration that summer to run for city council president in New York City. LBJ's aides intended to head off controversy by instructing the government printing office to release the document under plain cover and make it available for purchase at 45 cents per copy. If it were issued as just another document, perhaps it would not draw unusual attention. But in August, someone, perhaps Moynihan, perhaps another official, leaked the report to Newsweek and set off a firestorm of controversy. The magazine ran its review beside a photograph of children throwing glass bottles in an urban neighborhood, with a subtitle that read, "A time bomb ticks in the ghetto." The report has set off a quiet revolution in the basic White House approach to the continuing dilemma of race, claimed the author, who lent special focus to the splintering Negro family, the rising rate of non-white illegitimacy, the runaway curve in child welfare cases, and the disintegration of Negro families, which may have fallen into a self-sustaining vicious cycle. By the end of the month, Robert Novak and Roland Evans dubbed it the Moynihan Report. Most of official Washington was already familiar with its general contours. So were civil rights leaders and black intellectuals, many of whom took great umbrage at its thesis and immediately returned fire. The NAACP's official organ, the Crisis, announced the new genteel racism. James Farmer, the leader of the Congress of Racial Equality, denounced Moynihan for providing a massive academic cop-out for the white conscience. It was, by his estimation, the most serious threat to the ultimate freedom of American Negroes to appear in print in recent memory. Moynihan's implicit argument was that Negroes in the nation will never secure a substantial measure of freedom until we learn to behave ourselves and stop buying Cadillacs instead of bread. Kenneth Clark, who originated the term tangle of pathology, was one of the few prominent black scholars to defend Moynihan. "It's kind of a wolf's pack operating in a very undignified way," he complained. "If Pat is a racist, I am." But the stigma followed Moynihan for the better part of the decade, even as he took up a prestigious post at Harvard University. Though his report was meant to sound a clarion call for a family income floor, a measure far more radical and redistributionist than any contemplated by the Great Society, many liberals regarded him as a turncoat who furnished conservatives with a powerful rhetorical argument against anti-poverty and civil rights initiatives. The middle-class sense of fairness, McPherson observed, was willing to free the Negro from certain obvious and obnoxious restrictions. Once that was done, the American idea was that every man was on his own. No one was supposed to get special treatment. The Irish hadn't, the Italians hadn't, the Jews hadn't. What made the Negro special? Such was the argument that pervaded working-class neighborhoods in the Chicago bungalow neighborhoods and in prosperous Orange County, California, where voters in 1966 sharply rebuked Pat Brown. However unwittingly, Moynihan furnished opponents of the Great Society with an intellectually respectable means to sanitize backlash politics and make it seem both credible and reputable. Despite its incendiary quality, the Moynihan Report reflected growing skepticism within the administration that qualitative measures could eradicate poverty. That fall, Sergeant Shriver told the president that to end poverty in the United States as we know it today within a generation, the administration ought to adopt a negative income tax. Rather than pay taxes to the government, poor people would receive money back. Layering a minimum income support on top of existing anti-poverty programs would cost at least $7.5 billion in incremental spending, It was a political non-starter, though one of the internal proponents of this strategy nonsensically argued that one of the attractive features of the negative income tax is that it would automatically go away as the poverty problem is solved. Policymakers would revisit this concept sporadically, but only in the 1970s would a critical bloc of Democrats and some Republicans consider it seriously. Moynihan's report was not the only challenge to the intellectual foundation of the Great Society. In 1966, a team of researchers led by James Coleman, a respected sociologist based at the University of Chicago, released a report titled Equality of Educational Opportunity. Commissioned by HEW, the Coleman Report studied a broad sample of 655,000 students and concluded that school factors were less instrumental in determining individual performance than family background and socioeconomic factors. Coleman's team concluded that the sources of inequality of educational opportunity appear to be first in the home itself and the cultural influences immediately surrounding the home. Then they lie in the school's ineffectiveness to free achievement from the impact of the home, and in the school's homogeneity, which perpetuated the social influences of the home and its environments. Conservatives pointed to the Coleman Report as proof positive that schools could not remedy more trenchant cultural pathologies that grew out of poverty and broken homes. Thus, no amount of government largesse would make a difference. In the coming years, other studies would challenge or reaffirm Coleman's findings. The White Task Force on Early Childhood Development, 1966 to 1967, found that early intervention of the Head Start variety was in fact instrumental in improving student outcomes, and urged that more funding be directed to primary and secondary schools. By contrast, a government study issued in 1967, Racial Isolation in the Public Schools, found that deep patterns of residential segregation had isolated a critical number of black students. Implicitly, the report argued that integration, not resources, would close the gap between black and white student performance. On some level, Title I of the Education Act, which allocated funds to school districts on the basis of how many poor students they served, had always operated as a mechanism by which to surpass the church and state dilemma that had long stymied federal aid to primary and secondary schools. But LBJ and his advisors genuinely believed that education was a key that poor people could use to unlock the door to opportunity. Alongside Moynihan's analysis, these reports supplied ammunition to congressional Republicans who in 1967 proposed bundling a substantial portion of categorical aid into block grants that the federal government would then return to states, much to the advantage of wealthier districts and the detriment of poor ones. As it had on prior occasions, the Johnson administration called on labor, religious, and civil rights groups to lobby on behalf of its legislative program. Congress reauthorized ESEA with its original formula intact, but not without protracted debate over amendments, ultimately unsuccessful, that would have prohibited the use of funds for busing and would have sharply restricted the ability of the Office of Education to withhold funds from districts that did not meet its Title VI enforcement guidelines. In mid-1966, local Democratic leaders raised a hue and cry when the Child Development Group of Mississippi, CDGM, an all-black community action program that administered most of the state's Head Start programs, requested an appropriation of $41 million for fiscal year 1967, a large multiple of its current year funding. Staffed in large part by veterans of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, who in their off time continued to take an active hand in voter registration and political organization, the CDGM raised the ire of the U.S. Senator John Stennis, who denounced its leaders as extremists. It did not help matters that an OEO audit found that the program could not account for thousands of dollars of questionable expenses, employed no white teachers or paraprofessionals, and had been increasingly oriented toward the economic needs of adults rather than the education and development needs of children. Under fire from liberals, Shriver defended the OEO's decision to defund the program. "We see every reason in morality and public policy to encourage racially integrated groups in Mississippi," he insisted. "We intend to encourage such groups in Head Start and other programs." When the OEO announced Head Start funding for a new interracial CAP, whose leadership included Aaron Henry and Hodding Carter III, a liberal white newspaper editor, activists denounced the administration for impeding the prospect of a self-emancipated Negro community. Shriver was deeply embittered by the criticism. "I'd never really seen him as moved and angry," Jewel Sugarman remarked. It was a terrible reflection on his personal integrity. Years later, Shriver spoke to the pain of being caught in the crossfire between black community organizers who in many respects embodied the expectations of community action. They were, after all, building indigenous organizations to lift their own communities out of poverty and dependency, and politicians who demanded moderation and accountability. "I was trying to defend CDGM," he insisted. "But those people were so zealous, so religiously dedicated to what they were doing, and not without good cause, on behalf of the black people in Mississippi, that was all they could see. My critics thought I was not sufficiently interested in blacks or in CDGM. They thought I did not understand the situation or that I was gutless and couldn't take the political pressure." Ultimately, Shriver hammered out a difficult compromise that divided jurisdiction over Mississippi's Head Start program between several organizations, including CDGM, which agreed to adopt stricter accountability standards and appoint several white people to its board. The agreement represented a victory for the state's poor children, but exhausted the director's capital among increasingly skeptical members of Congress. The controversy was only one of many local firestorms over community action. In dozens of cities around the country, elected officials, many of them Democrats, complained loudly that community activists were using federal dollars to organize voters against the local machines. Few people at the time knew that Shriver was fighting a multi-front war. With the war in Vietnam commanding additional attention and resources, the administration approved a 1967 budget for the OEO that came in at just 1/3 of Shriver's original request, and 1/10 of what experts believed was necessary to fund its initiatives at full capacity. In the same way that the president grew ever more wary of Robert Kennedy, he came to question Shriver's loyalty. A cruel irony, given Bobby's visceral disregard for his brother-in-law. There was also continued blowback from northern mayors, who resented the autonomy and occasional hostility of federally funded community action programs. In Newark, Mayor Hugh Adonisio, a Democrat who had been elected with support from the city's black and Italian communities, complained loudly that the Newark Community Union Project was attempting to topple his government by organizing rent strikes and political protests, demanding better public services and better oversight of the police. The same pattern was on exhibit in San Francisco, where the Democratic mayor, John Shelley, did battle with Citizens United Against Poverty. At the LBJ Ranch on December 19th, Califano delivered Shriver's handwritten resignation to the president. The director believed that it was in Johnson's interest, and OEO's, to have a new face and a new image. He had exhausted his bargaining power in the Congress. "I am out of IOUs up there. And having been in this job for 3 years, I believe it is time for a change. There are certain jobs in which your capital is eroded faster than in others. This is one of them. Alarmed by the damage that Shriver's departure would inflict on the administration's anti-poverty program, Hubert Humphrey persuaded the president to reject his resignation. For the time, Shriver would remain at his post, with the promise that more funding would ensue as the military effort in Vietnam achieved steadier ground. That promise would prove ever more elusive as Americans flipped their calendars to 1967. Chapter 12. You aren't a man in your own right. Working in any White House is an exhausting and all-consuming endeavor. Most senior staff members reach a burnout point. This was certainly the case in LBJ's administration. Even before the midterm elections that weakened the liberal majority in Congress, the president's original slate of White House aides began showing signs of enervation. Their lives, explained the New York Times, had grown extremely demanding. The hours are long and the vacations are infrequent. The 12-hour day, the 6-day week, with half a day at the desk on Sunday, is routine. There does not seem to be much evidence that this pace by itself exhausts the special assistant, but many of them do develop feelings of guilt because they feel they are neglecting their families. The grueling demands of the job wore heavily on all staff members, but none more than Jack Valenti, whose rag bag of responsibilities, though lacking cohesion, required that he shadow the president at all times and on all days. He was, according to the veteran political reporter Tom Wicker, the most enigmatic and the most omnipresent of the Johnson men, the aide who saw Mr. Johnson first in the morning and last at night, and nobody in Washington underestimates that privilege. He can be seen passing notes to the president at a news conference or alighting at his side from a helicopter. LBJ, who by habit tested the limits of his aide's forbearance and devotion, once described him as more important than a valet and less important than an ambassador, with some of the functions of each and many in between. Like Moyers and Busby, by 1966, Valenti increasingly found himself attending long foreign policy meetings, particularly on the sinking quagmire that was Vietnam. The pace, as well as the burden of responsibility, was bound to take a toll on his sunny disposition, and eventually did. "You didn't take work home," he remembered, "because I would usually arrive around 7:30 in the morning, and would leave the White House anywhere from 10 to midnight or 1. You went home to sleep, and then you were up the next day. The hours were very long and very strenuous." With time, Valenti, who bore a most stereotyped image of LBJ's staff members, one newspaperman wrote, came to resent his popular caricature as an intellectual lightweight and consummate bagman. "Every time I see a story about myself, I'm described as a fast-talking Houston ad man who wears metallic suits," he grumbled in a moment of rare candor and pique with the press. "Goodwin isn't the only guy around here who has ever read a book." His want of a defined portfolio also began to grate on Valenti. Moyers initially owned development of the Great Society agenda, and later served concurrently as press secretary, a role that Valenti had once coveted for himself, and de facto chief of staff. Joe Califano hastily built a small empire, headquartered in the basement of the West Wing, where he ran herd over domestic policy, overlapping at times with Doug Cater, who enjoyed sweeping influence over education and health initiatives. Horace Busby had a wide-ranging mandate that included his well-defined role as cabinet secretary. McGeorge Bundy was the staff man chiefly responsible for foreign affairs, which left Valenti, a critical player, without a real job. An accidental presidential advisor with no prior experience in government, he proved a quick study in the ways of Washington and a skilled practitioner in the art of administration. Inside the White House and in the corridors of the Capitol, few insiders doubted his value, but he remained the butt of jokes from critical reporters. He was the valet, the gopher, the presidential sidekick. When the crunches came from time to time with the press and inside the government, he later observed, I did not have allies because I was alone. In June 1965, still in the heady days following Johnson's victory over Goldwater, Valenti had broken with habit and agreed to address the American Advertising Federation. He flew to Boston, delivered his speech, and returned to Washington, thinking little of the occasion. Upon his arrival at the White House, George Reedy, then in his final days as press secretary, phoned him and angrily asked, "What the hell did you say in that Boston speech?" It was then, Valenti would recall, that the mortars began to land, and it was guerrilla warfare in the West Wing. In the closing lines of his talk, Valenti told his audience that he slept each night a little better, a little more confidently, because Lyndon Johnson is my president. The reaction from newspapermen, editorialists, and Capitol cognoscenti was scathing. They lambasted Valenti as a simpleton and a sycophant, who lacked independence of thought or action. The speech inspired Herb Bloch's depiction of the White House as a plantation, where the master, LBJ, whipped his slaves, staff, into submission. "Happy days on the old plantation," the caption read. "A sensitive man, a warm-hearted man. I sleep each night a little better, a little more confidently, because Lyndon Johnson is my president." Outwardly, Valenti took the ribbing in good stride. Privately, he fumed in full knowledge that when Ted Sorensen compared his boss, John Kennedy, then still very much alive, to St. Francis, the intelligentsia smiled and nodded with approval. Though LBJ supported his aide through what UPI's Merriman Smith dubbed the "Love That Boss" speech incident, the president's attitude, as described by one staff member, was essentially "poor Jack." It contributed to Valenti's growing weariness. Early in 1966, Lew Wasserman, the president of the Music Corporation of America, and Edwin Weissel, a prominent attorney who had been close to Johnson since his days in the Senate, offered Valenti the presidency of the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, the powerful trade organization that represented Hollywood's movie studios, both in the United States and abroad. The post was prestigious and lucrative. His starting annual compensation would be $175,000, a princely sum for the time and a large multiple of his government salary. In April, Jack and Mary Margaret joined the President and the First Lady in the private quarters for dinner. Valenti made his case for leaving the White House. He owed it to his young family to secure their financial future and to spend more time at home. At his personal insistence, the MPAA had agreed to a clause in his contract that allowed him to take leave whenever the president requested his assistance or time. Johnson graciously wished his aide well. "You have served your country with devotion and distinction," he wrote later that month, "and you can always be as proud or prouder of that as you are of your 51 missions. You served me, though, and I thank you and love you and am very proud of you." True to their agreement, within months of leaving the West Wing, Valenti, in Rome for a meeting with Italian government officials, received an urgent telegram summoning him to Manila, where the president requested his participation in a diplomatic conference. Valenti packed a bag and caught a military flight to the Philippines. Valenti's departure followed closely on the heels of the overlapping resignations of Dick Goodwin and Horace Busby. Goodwin's allegiance to LBJ had always been contingent. He was a new frontiersman, and Kennedy partisan above all, and it was less surprising that he parted ways with the president than that he waited so long to do so. Nevertheless, LBJ was deeply embittered by his departure, and assumed that his aide intended to rejoin the Kennedy camp. When Moyers beseeched LBJ to bring Goodwin back on a one-time assignment to help draft the 1966 State of the Union address, Johnson begrudgingly consented to the request, but patently refused to meet with his speechwriter. He ultimately left most of Goodwin's prose on the cutting room floor. The result, the first major speech of his presidency in almost 2 years that did not bear Dick Goodwin's imprimatur, was an uninspiring and prosaic work. It met with widespread diffidence. Busby's exit prompted greater speculation. Though his position had not weakened, particularly as he took a more direct hand in foreign policy deliberations, he chafed under Moyers's growing power and influence, and, as had been the case over his long association with Johnson, found it difficult to subordinate his personality to LBJ's overpowering ego. Eric Goldman observed that Busby admired Lyndon Johnson in much the same way that George Reedy did, but unlike the unflappable Reedy, he found it impossible to take the lashings for any length of time. The president, in turn, was fond of Busby, but could make a remark like, "Buzz is a very sound, very solid, able, good boy." The very sound and solid and able, and very adult and complex Horace Busby would hear about the remark and flare. Eager to return to the business of making money, and ideologically out of step with Moyers and Califano, he took leave. As had always been the case, he would be back. Though lacking a formal title or role, from early in Johnson's tenure in the White House, Abe Fortas emerged as probably the single greatest influence on the president, according to Arthur Goldberg, the former Labor Secretary whom JFK had appointed to the Supreme Court in 1962. Fortas edited major presidential addresses and provided counsel on the formation of Great Society legislation. As the administration increasingly found itself mired in Vietnam, he began attending meetings in the Situation Room. He enjoyed unfettered access to Johnson, and along with Clark Clifford and Jim Rowe, constituted the core of the president's kitchen cabinet. Fortas was a complicated and contradictory figure. Clifford later described him as a deep-seated, dyed-in-the-wool 100% liberal. He was a true-blood Roosevelt liberal. Trained in the tradition of legal realism at Yale, he believed that laws were living constructs whose evolution should be informed by science, sociology, and economics. He embraced an active federal state in the 1930s and advocated broadly for the rights of individuals and minorities, including Clarence Gideon's right to counsel, a right that technically appeared nowhere in the Constitution. He encouraged the president and his aides to move aggressively on civil rights, and believed, as he once expressed in his draft of a presidential speech, that a civilized country should provide our people with the facilities needed for their health, for the education of our children, for welfare, for the development of our national resources. But Johnson's aides often questioned Fortas's political judgment. A brilliant, consummate lawyer, he often gave Johnson sound legal advice that clashed with good politics. "It seems to me I'm on opposite sides almost every time when we get down to some purely political decision that the president has to make," McPherson offered. "But on the great issues, Abe Fortas is really just tremendous." Though a committed liberal, Fortas also developed a second, quite different reputation as an unscrupulous fixer and corporate lawyer with a rapacious appetite for the good life. When Walter Jenkins was arrested at the YMCA, the president turned to Fortas and Clifford to try to squash the story, as well as the charges. Fortas was deeply entangled in the Bobby Baker affair. He served as Baker's counsel, but resigned after LBJ became president, and crossed multiple ethical lines to help the president obtrude with inquiries into the Johnson family's wealth and finances. Fortas resisted a cabinet post because he was loath to abandon his practice during peak earning years. His wife, Carolyn Agger, a high-powered tax attorney in her own right, was immovably opposed to the idea for precisely the same reason. In late 1965, LBJ finally persuaded Fortas to accept an appointment as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, where he filled the so-called Jewish seat, previously held in reverse succession by Goldberg, Felix Frankfurter, and Benjamin Cardozo. To make room for his friend, he persuaded Goldberg to resign from the bench and accept an appointment as ambassador to the United Nations. An opponent of the war in Vietnam, Goldberg believed he might be able to influence the administration's policy in Southeast Asia. When she learned of her husband's appointment, Carolyn Agger was furious with the president, who she believed correctly had strong-armed her husband onto the bench. The couple had recently purchased a rambling home in Georgetown, where they planned extensive refurbishments, including the installation of an in-ground pool. When friends suggested that they earned so much money and paid such a large portion of it to the government that Abe's cut in income would have little net effect on their lifestyle, Carolyn replied that 2 big gross incomes equal 2 big net incomes. Shortly after the appointment, Joe Califano paid a visit to the nominee. As he stepped into the handsome entryway, Fortas pointed to a hole in the foyer ceiling. "That, my friend, was to have been our central air conditioning," he said with a smile. "Now we won't be able to afford it." It was, by Califano's recollection, the first of several complaints I heard Fortas make about the income that he would forfeit from his private law practice. Monetary concerns aside, Agger believed that her husband would do better to wait until Earl Warren retired so that he could ascend directly to the Chief Justiceship. "You don't treat friends that way," she snapped at LBJ when he telephoned her law office to extend a conciliatory gesture. She then proceeded to hang up on him. In confidence, Fortas told one of his law partners that he had never heard anybody talk to the president like Carol did. As an Associate Justice, Fortas contributed to building on the Warren Court's formidable legacy of liberal jurisprudence, including rulings on civil rights, privacy rights, and the rights of the accused that infuriated conservatives of both parties who were already unnerved by LBJ's expansion of the federal welfare state and desegregation of Southern schools, hospitals, and places of public accommodation. Even as he sat on the court, Fortas remained an informal presidential advisor, and like most of the staff, he was unconcerned by the seeming impropriety of the executive branch and the judicial branch colluding on matters of policy and politics. In an earlier era, Felix Frankfurter remained an informal counselor to FDR, even after joining the court. "The president has got too much respect for the independence of the court for that, and wouldn't want to embarrass Abe," McPherson added. "But he has asked him an awful lot of things which probably have gone, on occasion, too far." If the impropriety of a justice serving as an informal presidential advisor was not so clear in 1968 as it would be in later years, the continued intensity of their relationship was extraordinary, even by contemporary standards. LBJ ordered a direct White House line installed in Fortas's home and office, enabling the president to reach him at all times of the day. Between November 23, 1963, and early July 1968, when the president nominated him as Chief Justice, Fortas met with LBJ at least 145 times in person and spoke with him on countless occasions by phone. As Associate Justice, Fortas violated a bright red line when he knowingly shared important information with the president concerning court deliberations and weighed in on matters of policy and constitutional law. In one case, he advised the administration on a matter involving the Interstate Commerce Commission's approval of a railroad merger, and then participated in a court case on the very same matter. When Congress sent a stringent anti-crime bill to the president in November 1966, LBJ sought Fortas's counsel, while the FBI director J. Edgar Hoover and Nicholas Katzenbach, the former Attorney General, now serving as Under-Secretary of State, advised the president to sign the measure. Fortas agreed with the White House staff, which was almost unanimous in its support of a veto. The justice believed that several provisions, including an anti-pornography title and extended authority to interrogate witnesses and suspects prior to an arraignment, were patently unconstitutional. He allowed that a section providing for mandatory sentences would likely survive judicial scrutiny, even if it was ill-advised. As was usually the case, the president heeded Fortas's advice. The Associate Justice and Califano drafted the veto message, which LBJ issued verbatim. Harry McPherson would later recall a moment late in the evening on July 24, 1967, when rioters in Detroit had exhausted the capabilities of Michigan State Police and National Guard. He entered the Oval Office, only to find Abe Fortas polishing a draft of the president's televised address to the nation, in which Johnson would announce the deployment of military personnel to restore order in Motor City. McPherson disagreed with the tenor of the draft, which he believed gave excess weight to framing the legal justification for sending troops at the expense of discussing the social and economic roots of urban riots. But he did not press the point. I was intimidated by the stature and the brains and the judgment and the reputation and my own relationship with Justice Fortas, he explained. I was very much the junior man, and although I would have argued with the president alone about it, I didn't argue with Justice Fortas. Fortas, a sitting Associate Justice, helped the President of the United States frame his justification for a decision that could well have faced legal scrutiny in the federal courts. The episode foreshadowed a larger conflict of interest that would later haunt both men. We on the White House staff ought not to be public figures, Bill Moyers told a reporter in April 1966. It is not in our interest to have what we do publicized. You aren't a man in your own right when you are working for a president. To be most effective, you need to have an umbilical cord character, nature, and personality. Moyers was, by this time, seemingly unable to follow his own sound advice. Over the course of many days, he sat for interviews with the New York Times, which published a lengthy and glowing profile of the 31-year-old wunderkind advisor. I am not the president's good angel, Moyers averred. I am not the president's conscience, as some people have written. To say that implies that he does not have motives and instincts and values with which I can identify. It was the president who taught me that power must have a purpose. It was not an interview likely to endear Moyers to the small, growing, but, for the time, silent, group of administration officials who cast a wary eye on the preacher politician. Behind his back, they dismissed him as a modern-day Elmer Gantry and derided his combination of staged authenticity and stiletto tactics. Whatever he does, one critic sneered, he does with every assurance that he is carrying out the will of John the Baptist. George Reedy, whom Moyers replaced as press secretary, believed that LBJ had a rather unfortunate predilection to flattery, which accounted to a tremendous extent for the Bill Moyers syndrome. And also, I think that he's a little bit overawed by self-confident people. Even Moyers' allies, including Harry McPherson, acknowledged that several of Moyers' staff assistants were more loyal to the Kennedys than to the president in whose White House they served. They made it appear that all that was good, all that happened, that Bill was a good angel, that Lyndon Johnson was really a kind of an evil old man who was inclined always to do the wrong thing. When Moyers told reporters that he had developed a relationship with Lyndon Johnson that it takes a man a long time to carve out, I can't forfeit that, and that he could interpret what I knew to be the complete Johnson to the bureaucracy, I was certain I knew what the president wanted. Or when the New York Times likened him to Sherman Adams, Harry Hopkins, Colonel House, and other well-remembered presidential advisors of the past, it rankled those of his colleagues who envied that rapport and harbored suspicions about his motive and character. "He's an individual, not a team player," an anonymous colleague told the press. "He's out for himself." Jake Jacobson later confided to an interviewer that Moyers was always undercutting somebody, or he'd call you in on his own and say, "Now, Jake, so-and-so is just fixing to write a mean article about you, and I stopped him from doing it." Well, about half the time, that wasn't true at all. With bemused wonder, he remembered that Moyers treated me about as bad as a man could be treated. Every time he'd get a chance to take a swipe at me, he would. I don't know why. I had no animosity toward Bill. LBJ appeared to tolerate his aide's public persona as the good angel on his shoulder, though another aide remarked anonymously that the president hardly required such prodding on domestic issues. "He's way out in front of the country there." He might also have forgiven the presumptuousness in Moyers' remark, "I work for him despite his faults, and he lets me work for him despite my deficiencies." But as Johnson's relationship with the press frayed, a rift gradually emerged between the president and his young aide. He was the ideal press secretary, the New York Times reported. "The press has been good to Moyers, and Moyers has been good to the press. He was informed, concise, quotable, unexcelled in the art of the leak and in the trial balloon, and in coaxing columnists, charming publishers, and converting skeptical reporters." LBJ valued this aptitude when it operated in his favor, but not when his press secretary began to enjoy better coverage than the president. There was much talk of a credibility gap during his tenure, the Times continued, but reporters tended to blame Johnson, not Moyers, for alleged inconsistencies on Vietnam policy. By no means did every member of the press corps let Moyers off the hook. "He was a slick operator, but he isn't particularly trustworthy," one anonymous correspondent offered on background. "A very smart guy, a master at the snow job," another journalist added. When the Austin American-Statesman surveyed reporters on the presidential beat, it found support for this assessment, though they also conceded that he was by far the best man for his exacting job. If they think he sometimes falls short of telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, an allegation he denies, they also think that no one else could come close to explaining the president. Yet Moyers had also grown more irritable lately. In his early days on the job, he seemed to enjoy the easy repartee and good-natured jousting. But in his reflexive instinct to return every volley, he gradually exposed himself to critics who thought he would sometimes be better advised to simply say no comment to some questions than to give partial answers that may lead reporters astray, as the New York Times observed. It was in some respects an impossible position. When Moyers heeded such advice and pulled back, saying less in public briefings, others censured him for secrecy. By the middle of 1966, it dawned on him that the role might be his undoing. When newspapermen caught him planting questions among reporters favorable to LBJ before regularly scheduled press conferences, Moyers reacted with pique, asserting that these events should serve the convenience of the president, not the convenience of the press. It was Johnson's prerogative to use press availabilities to convey information that he wished to convey to the public, and like his predecessors under earlier administrations, Moyers felt no compunction about pointing friendly journalists in the right direction. As a pack, the press corps tends to write its opinions of a matter and then to seek out facts for it. Too often, coverage of the administration demonstrated very poor judgment and was very poorly informed. Clearly feeling the sting of criticism that he was a chief culprit behind the credibility gap, he argued that the president was better served when he spoke directly to the people through radio and television than if the people have to decide upon what some other human being, a subject to all the frailties of human nature, interprets as his intentions or his policy. In mid-1966, Moyers attempted to transition out of his role as press secretary. Foreign policy, particularly the war in Vietnam, consumed ever more of his time and interest. After McGeorge Bundy resigned his post as National Security Advisor in February, reports surfaced that with one eye on that job, Moyers was actively recruiting his own replacement as press secretary. Though in April, LBJ appointed Walt Rostow, a Kennedy holdover, to replace Bundy, press reports explained that the new aide would share Bundy's responsibilities with Valenti and Moyers, and that Moyers would be chiefly responsible for the Vietnam portfolio. The reshuffle was maddening for those unaccustomed to Johnson's White House, where, as one columnist explained, titles mean nothing, and salaries among the half-dozen highest-ranking or so are at the same level, and there are no clearly defined duties. But to those who could read the tea leaves, Moyers and Valenti were clearly ascendant in the field of foreign policy. With clear ambition to shift into Bundy's seat, that spring, Moyers hired Robert Fleming, the former head of ABC's bureau in Washington, D.C. He would begin as deputy press secretary and then assume full responsibility for the role. Unfortunately for the president, and for Bill Moyers, the transition was a flop. Fleming proved ill-suited to the position. His flippant and often uncooperative style, an irritant to the press corps, which was already predisposed to question the official White House line. More difficult still, Johnson never took to Fleming and froze him out, a fate akin to professional death for a press secretary. By September, an unhappy Moyers was back at his perch in the press room. Public speculation about Moyers' potential career path, perhaps National Security Advisor, perhaps ambassador to Vietnam, only served to poison further his relationship with Johnson. By Jack Valenti's recollection, Moyers campaigned too assiduously for promotion. When Valenti proposed his name as a replacement for Bundy, the president, a little vexed at the suggestion, replied tartly that Moyers did not have the experience and the background for the job. That autumn, it became conventional wisdom in Washington that Moyers was the administration's chief dove and had for some time urged the president to seek a peaceful way out of Southeast Asia. This narrative vastly overstated Moyers's independence from the administration's foreign policy consensus. At a dinner party toward the end of Johnson's presidency, Jack Valenti and his wife shared a table with Arthur Schlesinger, who grumbled that LBJ had not listened to the war advice of Bill Moyers when he was a presidential aide. But Arthur, Valenti protested, Bill held no such view, at least not before mid-year 1966. He was as much in favor of massive intervention as the president. If he wasn't, he never let anyone know his true feelings. The president made it clear to me many times that with the exception of Undersecretary of State George Ball, no higher official in the government was opposed to our position, and that includes every White House aide. By late 1966, those nearest the president knew that he had tired of reading that Moyers was his intelligent social conscience. He came to suspect that Moyers was the source of multiple leaks emanating from the West Wing, and indeed, as Harry McPherson would attest, Bill had adopted a method of operation that included an awful lot of backgrounding on what the president was really doing, and most of it was intended to push the president, to show the president as a liberal, and a bit to push the president as well. By George Reedy's estimation, and increasingly LBJ's, Moyers was interested less in pushing Johnson to the left than in convincing reporters of his own ideological independence from the president. Moyers was fairly near a snapping point, McPherson recalled. In late September, his older brother committed suicide at age 39, leaving Bill both deeply anguished and with an added financial burden to provide for his sister-in-law and her children. His own marriage was purportedly under strain, the natural result of punishing hours and unrelenting responsibilities. His once close personal relationship with Lyndon Johnson was crumbling, said another colleague. His ambition, Jake Jacobson believed, just about ran him into the ground. Early in 1967, Moyers announced his decision to leave the White House for New York, where he would succeed the legendary Harry Guggenheim as publisher of Newsday, then still a nationally influential newspaper. The break with Johnson was bitter. "I don't think the president cried very many tears when Bill left," an aide recalled. The day after he departed the White House, Moyers accepted Bobby Kennedy's invitation to lunch at Sans Souci, a restaurant popular with the capital's power crowd. As they broke bread, a news photographer quickly snapped a picture of the two men. Moyers remained ambivalent. In the coming months, even as he settled into his new life in New York, he sent feelers, first to determine whether the president might appoint him to run the Peace Corps. When, after a while, that got to be not enough, he wanted to become Under-Secretary of State very badly. The UN Ambassador, Arthur Goldberg, and Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, were supportive of his aspiration and urged LBJ to bring Moyers back to Washington. But the president proved unbending. When Moyers conveyed his torment over his break with Johnson, Abe Fortas advised that it is always a mistake to think in terms of resuming a relationship, or any part of it, which has been characterized by such intimacy or interdependence. It was wise counsel. LBJ and Moyers would never repair the breach. Even before Moyers' departure, it became increasingly clear that Joe Califano had emerged as the White House official chiefly responsible for managing, expanding, and, as Johnson's slip on power grew more pronounced, preserving the Great Society. He was a skilled political operator. He also showed little compunction about inhaling other secretaries and staff people, according to Jacobson, who privately regarded him as an empire builder and would not trust him around the corner. Nobody liked Califano, he claimed in a moment of candor, but conceded that he was bright as hell and a fine assistant to the president. By 1967, he had assembled a crack staff that included James Gaither, a former law clerk to Chief Justice Earl Warren, who served as the principal liaison with the White House task forces, Fred Bowen, a young assistant dean at Princeton University's Woodrow Wilson School, and Matthew Nimitz, who graduated first in his class at Harvard Law School, before clerking for Justice John Marshall Harlan II. Their average age was 32, and by one colleague's estimation, they quite possibly topped anything the White House had ever seen. Writers, composers, lawyers, economists, dreamers, slaves. Each of them was a little of all. Despite his age, and that of his core staff, Califano brought managerial expertise that proved essential to the Great Society's ambitious expansion of the federal state. When he came to the West Wing, Califano carried over the Planning, Programming, and Budgeting System, PPBS, that Robert McNamara had initiated at the Pentagon to great public acclaim. Before its adoption, different defense agencies with overlapping mandates jockeyed each year over funding for pet projects. It was an inefficient and costly way of budgeting. Originally the brainchild of researchers at the Rand Corporation, PPBS leveraged advanced quantitative modeling and economic analysis to establish long-range program goals and multi-year budget models. The system was meant to smooth out interagency rivalries, eliminate duplicative initiatives, and create spending and operational efficiencies. It was a rational concept, McPherson believed, but difficult to practice. It required skillful negotiations with members of Congress who viewed spending and procurement decisions as inherently political. Califano's management discipline proved critical as the administration shifted from imagining new initiatives to securing a durable future for them. Some of the Great Society's signature components required multi-year congressional reauthorizations and appropriations. Califano's insistence on more rigorous budgeting processes armed the administration with powerful tools in its successful effort to preserve and extend the life of these programs through the following decade. By 1967, Califano's talents were in high demand. Faced with the need to placate liberals who demanded a steady expansion of existing Great Society programs, and conservative Democrats and Republicans who, in the aftermath of the off-year elections, enjoyed renewed influence, particularly in the House, the administration had to show dexterity at the negotiating table. That year, Califano and Cater hammered out a compromise set of amendments to the Social Security Act that raised the payroll tax, much to the chagrin of liberals who viewed this measure as a means to obscure and offset the war's drain on the regular budget, to fund a 13% increase in retirement benefits. This measure helped lift many elderly Americans above the poverty line. The amendments also loosened Medicare's reimbursement process, a boon to doctors who could now submit reasonable charges for such procedures as X-rays and radiology directly to the government. But the White House had to swallow caps on Medicaid, an opening salvo in a decades-long effort by conservatives to constrain the program's growth, as well as new work training requirements for recipients of AFDC. The administration was even less successful that year in persuading Congress to approve a modest appropriation of $40 million to help cities pay for rodent control. The knowledge that many children in the world's most affluent nation are attacked, maimed, and even killed by rats should fill every American with shame, the president told House and Senate members. The initiative quickly foundered as Newark erupted in flames. Conservatives seized upon the riots as confirmation that black ghetto residents were lawless and beyond redemption. "Let's buy a lot of cats and turn them loose," a Southern Democrat cackled from the House floor. "Civil rats," another member catcalled from the rear of the chamber. Martha Griffiths, a liberal congresswoman from Michigan, was appalled by her colleagues' insensitivity. "If you're going to spend $79 billion to kill off a few Viet Cong," she intoned, "I'd spend $40 million to kill off the most devastating enemy that man has ever had." Her plea fell on deaf ears. The House rejected LBJ's proposal by a wide majority. Fred Panzer, a staff assistant responsible broadly for research and analysis, likened the Republican Party's new approach to domestic policy to the great Detroit-style wars of the late 50s, when tail fins and chromium were the automakers' weapons of choice. To match all the new features of the LBJ product, Medicare, war on poverty, model cities, federal aid to education, air and water pollution control, and extensive government reorganization, the GOP has unveiled its new 1967 candy-colored tangerine flake streamline model. What they have done is to bolt a flashy leopard body onto their basic elephant chassis. They are market-testing names for it right now. In place of ESEA, they offered block grants to states with minimal federal oversight, a handy gimmick that Panzer rated unsafe for school children. To supplant the war on poverty, the GOP proposed a hollow dismantling device that they called the Opportunity Crusade. Rather than public housing vouchers, the Jerry Ford Home Ownership Clutch, which would effectively act as a subsidy for middle-class families and do little for impoverished urban residents. The administration successfully protected its programs from the newly resurgent congressional coalition of conservative Republicans and Southern Democrats, but preservation gradually replaced innovation as a staff priority. Despite increasingly trenchant backlash, Califano left a considerable mark in his tenure as domestic policy chief. At LBJ's urging, he played a driving role in creating a new cabinet agency, the Department of Transportation, that would streamline the efforts of over 30 disparate agencies and bureaus then dedicated to coordinating federal transportation policy. The president demanded a holistic approach that would improve the country's transportation infrastructure radically, looking not only to the next year, but to 1980, the year 2000, and beyond. He aspired not just to restructure the existing collage of fiefdoms, but to invigorate and modernize an ailing grid of roads, waterways, railroads, and airports that were built to support a smaller, more dispersed nation. Though Americans spent $120 billion in aggregate on transportation, accounting for 1/6 of economic output, Johnson maintained that the country's system of aging and often obsolete plant and equipment and infrastructure, built to support a bygone agrarian economy, would hobble future economic growth. A dedicated cabinet agency could act as a full partner with private enterprise in meeting America's urgent need for mobility. The negotiations, which stretched over the better part of 1966, proved thorny. The Treasury Department jealously held to its stewardship of the Coast Guard. "What is it?" the president ribbed Secretary of the Treasury Henry Fowler. "Do you have a boat, a yacht, a plane you want to keep? Is it the Coast Guard mess you want to keep? Do you like to wear a Coast Guard uniform?" Management and labor representatives from the waning maritime industry, with support from the AFL-CIO, looked with disfavor on consolidation, fearing it might cost them their public subsidies. John McClellan, the powerful senator from Arkansas, whose committee claimed jurisdiction over the enabling legislation, demanded that the administration alter its criteria for approving waterway projects. In short, multiple constituencies threatened to scuttle the project over parochial concerns. When Califano caved on several of McClellan's key demands, LBJ rose from his chair and fixed his intense stare on the young aide. "Open your fly," he instructed. Califano laughed obligingly, knowing he wasn't serious, but surprised nonetheless. "Unzip your fly," the president repeated, "because there's nothing there. John McClellan just cut it off with a razor so sharp you didn't even notice it." The president proceeded to reach the errant senator by telephone. "John," he began, "I'm calling about Joe Califano. You cut his pecker off and put it in your desk drawer. Now I'm sending him back up there to get it from you. I can't agree to anything like that. You've got to realize that the transportation system of the country needs something besides more highways in Arkansas." The legislation, which Johnson signed in October 1966, was a singular accomplishment, as was the Traffic Safety Act, which Congress sent to LBJ's desk several weeks earlier. It provided grants to states to improve road design and safety, required automobile manufacturers to enhance safety performance, and established a national research and test center for highway safety. Califano, who was instrumental in securing passage of both measures, would play an equally critical role in overseeing the creation of the Department of Transportation and the growth of its mandate and resources. If Califano played the driving role in expanding and securing the administration's Great Society initiatives in 1966 and 1967, his closest collaborator was Harry McPherson. Ostensibly the president's chief counsel, a role in which he served as legislative and administrative draftsman and primary liaison to the Department of Justice, he gradually assumed an enhanced portfolio that included mediating labor and industry disputes and, alongside Califano, coordinating rapid response during the perennial outburst of urban riots during the long, hot summers between 1965 and 1968. In what became a painfully familiar routine, the White House would dispatch Deputy Secretary of Defense Cyrus Vance or Deputy Attorney General Warren Christopher to coordinate with local elected officials and to serve as the administration's on-site liaison to National Guard units called up to quell the disturbance. During the first wave of uprisings, the administration found itself at a disadvantage. For several years, the Department of Justice had operated a very extensive network throughout the South, McPherson explained. When violence erupted in a southern city like Selma or Meridian, it had informants on the ground. A lawyer or a judge or an elected official who would call from that part of the country and say there is going to be trouble tonight and there is going to be physical violence. But that was in the South. No such web of local contacts and informants existed in the North, where most urban riots occurred. Determined to build better relationships and understanding, in late 1967 and early 1968, McPherson traveled with White House colleagues on a fact-finding tour of ghetto neighborhoods in New York, Chicago, Cleveland, and Baltimore, among other cities. He acknowledged that it was a desultory way of getting information about the black poor to the president. We knew we could not learn much about the communities in the course of a long weekend. What we hoped to gain was a sense of how the people who lived there felt about their future, specifically whether they thought conditions might be improved through peaceful processes or only through violence, or that nothing would help. Still expecting that Johnson would serve a second full term and that the war would come to an end in the foreseeable future, the White House staff continued to look for ways to quell urban unrest. Goodwin left the White House in late 1965. Valenti, Busby, and Moyers in 1966. All four aides had played a leading role in helping the president articulate his vision. In their absence, McPherson gradually assumed unacknowledged status as Johnson's chief speechwriter, in addition to his role as chief counsel. My job was to make staying with it in Vietnam and in the ghettos sound compelling and necessary, he remembered, objectives that were increasingly difficult to meet as LBJ entered the last year of his term. After leaving the White House, Moyers privately credited McPherson with keeping a steady hand on an erratic wheel, a role he claimed that has never been fully explained or understood. Perhaps it never will be, except to a few of us. In acknowledgment of his own reputation for political cunning, he suggested that had McPherson only been a former preacher and a few years younger, with a calculating penchant for intrigue, you might have gained the notoriety which your personal talents deserve. But then you would not have been Harry McPherson, and you would not have lasted as long or been as effective as you have. George Christian, who succeeded Moyers as press secretary, would later agree with this confidential assessment. McPherson was less interested in power than in peace of mind. He dodged the power struggles as best he could and concentrated on influencing the president with the written word. His hand was in virtually every presidential utterance on major policy. He also succeeded, where no others did, in living a private life of his own. McPherson occasionally left home with his family without telling the White House switchboard where he was going. More importantly, he was the only one who got away with it. LBJ once told McPherson that it did not matter what kind of a majority you come in with. You've got just about a year when they treat you right, and before they start worrying about themselves. The third year, you lose votes. If this war goes on, I'll lose a lot of them. A lot of our people don't belong here. They're in Republican seats, and the Republicans will get them back. The fourth year's all politics. You can't put anything through when half the Congress is thinking how to beat you. So you've got 1 year. That's why I tried. Well, we gave it a hell of a lick, didn't we?" Johnson had knowingly spent down his political capital on civil rights and the Vietnam War. He exited 1967 in full knowledge that his re-election was far from inevitable. For his aides, this uncertainty lent added urgency to their efforts to build a secure future for the president's Great Society legacy. Chapter 13. The 31st of March. By the close of 1967, over 500,000 American troops were bogged down in Southeast Asia. More than 15,000 had been killed in action. Within 12 months, the casualty count would almost double. The war was all people talked about at cocktail parties or across the back fence, recalled Senator George McGovern of South Dakota. It was the transcendent issue in American politics. If you lived in Washington, it was the only issue. As Lyndon Johnson's approval rating plummeted from 61% in early 1966 to 38% in October 1967, the former Vice President Richard Nixon, now earning a lucrative salary as managing partner of a prestigious New York law firm, slowly rebuilt his political base. The consummate campaigner, Nixon had traveled the country on behalf of Barry Goldwater in 1964, delivering over 150 speeches in 36 states, and accumulating goodwill among grassroots conservatives who resented the refusal of moderate and liberal Republicans to work for the party's right-wing nominee. In 1966, Nixon accelerated his political activities, headlining dozens of fundraisers for congressional candidates and delivering over 600 speeches in 40 states. When the party netted 540 state legislative seats, 47 House seats, and 3 Senate seats that year, Nixon, whose political operation already employed full-time advance men and speechwriters, emerged as a leading contender for the presidential nomination in 1968. He was conservative enough to please many Goldwater supporters, but moderate enough to calm the nerves of centrist Republicans. Rumors of his political demise, it turned out, had been greatly exaggerated. Dick Scammon, the former census director whose survey work informed Moyer's and Valenti's messaging strategy 4 years earlier, conceded the likelihood of Nixon's nomination, but considered him a born loser. The race would likely be very close. Republican candidates had won 2 of the past 4 presidential elections and racked up a cumulative advantage of roughly 100,000 votes out of roughly 262 million cast. In effect, the LBJ landslide in 1964 had been an outlier event. The default setting in American politics was near deadlock. But by no stretch of the imagination was the race unwinnable. The key to besting Nixon, or Ronald Reagan, or Nelson Rockefeller, was to focus intently on the middle American voter. "He is un-young, he is un-black, he is un-poor," Scammon said. As Doug Cater explained to the president, "This suggests that campaign strategy should be carefully aimed at the white, middle-aged, middle-class voters, the people, in Scammon's phrase, who bowl regularly." Pointing to recent backlash votes against open housing in California and a police review board in otherwise liberal New York City in 1966, Scammon advised a centrist approach to the 2 topics that would almost certainly dominate the coming election: Vietnam and urban riots. To win, the president would have to steer a middle course on the war and couple any help the ghetto programs with a campaign to get tough with rioters. In effect, Scammon discovered America's silent majority 2 years before Nixon coined the very term. But as an incumbent president weighted down by war, riots, campus unrest, and an inflationary economy, Johnson was not well positioned to appeal to the sensibilities of that broad center of the national electorate. A consummate political animal, Johnson proved unusually slow to focus on his re-election effort. His days increasingly given to urgent meetings with his national security advisors. In late 1967, his aides implored him to act. "I believe we are going to have a real battle for survival next year," cautioned James Roche, a political scientist who joined the White House staff the year before. Robert Kennedy was still an untested and undeclared candidate for the Democratic nomination, but Roche believed that any attempt to challenge an incumbent president for the party's nomination would inevitably result in a Republican general election victory. Above all, he implored, it was time to break the administration out of the siege mentality, which is a form of defeatism. The 1968 campaign is going to be a real slugfest, and your supporters should get in training. In November, Johnson begrudgingly convened a group of trusted hands: Marvin Watson, who would run the campaign's operations; Larry O'Brien, who would direct its political shop from his new perch as Postmaster General; Jim Rowe, the mastermind of Harry Truman's improbable victory some 2 decades earlier, and other members of the senior staff, to assemble the shell of an organization. But the president himself cast only one eye on politics as he searched despairingly for a way out of the Vietnam quagmire. LBJ's advisors firmly believed that the standard political playbook would prove unequal to the new dynamic, a dynamic that Larry O'Brien confidentially laid out for the political reporter Teddy White as the year wound to a close. New forces were changing the country, White recalled. The middle class now included all of the working class, too. Why, Walter Reuther now had strikes without pickets, no passion. Working men used Labor Day to clean out the basement or fix up the playroom, and the traditional political kickoff of a Democratic campaign before the auto workers in Detroit on Labor Day meant nothing. Last time the unions couldn't even fill up Cobo Hall. Even if Scammond's centrist messaging was correct, the president's team would need to develop an entirely fresh approach to engaging newly affluent working-class and middle-class families who had turned against the Great Society's civil rights agenda, and who were deeply divided over the Vietnam War. More perplexing to O'Brien were 12 million first-time voters, young men and women in their early 20s, who would be eligible to participate in the election. These were the uncommitted children of the middle class, seeking new causes, White related. You had to go out after them and bring them in. Yet even O'Brien's perceptive analysis was oriented only to the clash with the Republicans in the November elections. It was unthinkable that a sitting president of the United States could be unhorsed within his own party, either by primaries, conventions, or riots in the streets. The one person of consequence who first perceived an opportunity to unhorse the sitting president was Allard K. Lowenstein, a 38-year-old veteran organizer and Yale-educated attorney who had spent the better part of 15 years moving from one university teaching or administrative post to another, all the while insinuating himself in various civil rights and anti-war campaigns. Teddy White sized him up as a permeant youth leader, wiry yet frail, balding early, his eyes compelling behind their black horn-rimmed eyeglasses, a non-smoker and non-drinker. Lowenstein was a one-man excitement wherever he moved. Throughout the late summer and fall, Lowenstein traveled the country, coalescing anti-war party activists and students at the local level into a loose coalition that would seek to deny Johnson renomination the following year. I said, we'll build the base first. Then the candidate will come along, he explained. Building the base was easier than expected. Recruiting a credible challenger proved more daunting. He approached first Robert Kennedy, who took the meeting out of courtesy to his young staff members. Then George McGovern. Then the retired Lieutenant General James Gavin, a liberal who had served briefly as ambassador to France and who now argued that America was squandering resources in Vietnam that could be put to better use in the urban ghetto. All three men turned him down. Finally, Lowenstein approached Eugene McCarthy, the senior senator from Minnesota. It took several conversations, but when McCarthy asked, "How do you think we'd do in a Wisconsin primary?" Lowenstein knew he had found his candidate. "I was ecstatic," he said. "It was like music, like an organ welling up in my ears." When McCarthy formally announced his candidacy, most observers believed that he was on a suicide mission. There was good reason why he was Lowenstein's last call. A devout Catholic and former college instructor, though he had won election 5 times to the House and twice to the Senate, he was a cold, aloof character. A loner who seldom partook of the capital's lively social scene. He often holed himself up in his Senate office, reading poetry, appearing on the floor only to cast a vote before returning to the solitary confines of his hideaway, which he preferred to the glad-handing ways of the Democratic cloakroom. Notwithstanding the normal challenges of unseating an incumbent president, McCarthy was a lazy and diffident candidate. He refused to appear before the multitude of state organizing conferences that were desperate to meet their newly anointed standard-bearer, and kept Lowenstein and his staff at arm's length. Disengaged from campaign strategy and unfamiliar with many of the staff members and local activists whom Lowenstein recruited for the effort, he had to be cajoled into canvassing on his own behalf. During his 15-day campaign swing through New Hampshire, he routinely skipped scheduled events, refused to make obligatory early morning appearances at factory gates. "I'm not really a morning person," he explained, and delivered dry, pretentiously cerebral speeches that tended to anesthetize rather than galvanize his audiences. When Johnny Carson, the host of NBC's popular Tonight Show, asked what sort of president he would be, McCarthy replied, "I think I would be adequate." Polling initially had him below 10%, and even his staff members found his lackluster performance uninspiring. Many of them would have much preferred to work for Bobby Kennedy, but Kennedy was not running. On January 30th, 1968, the political winds shifted. Some 67,000 Viet Cong troops launched a massive invasion of South Vietnamese cities on the eve of the Tet New Year's celebration. Known thereafter as the Tet Offensive, the military campaign lasted several months and ultimately cost the Viet Cong enormous troop losses. But it fundamentally shook the confidence of many Americans who had believed the administration's assurances that the United States was turning the corner in Southeast Asia, and that the enemy's resources were nearly spent. For weeks on end, television viewers absorbed the shock of evening news reports that portrayed the enemy as well-stocked, resilient, and nowhere near surrender. Support for the war plummeted sharply. A Gallup poll showed that the portion of Americans describing themselves as hawks dropped from 60% to 41%, while the portion of those calling themselves doves rose from 24% to 42%. Anti-war activists, who had long represented minority opinion, now saw an opportunity to build a broad-based coalition in opposition to the war. Suddenly, the unthinkable seemed possible. If McCarthy was disengaged, on one occasion inquiring newsmen in search of the candidate, who had failed to appear at his own event, found him dining alone in a hotel restaurant with the poet Robert Lowell, his young staff and volunteers were anything but. From their headquarters at the Sheraton Wayfarer Hotel in Manchester, Dick Goodwin, a fervent critic of the war who was now determined to force his ex-boss into retirement, assumed day-to-day control over the ragtag amateur operation. Suddenly, there were professional and disciplined radio and television spots saturating New Hampshire's airwaves, and a massive field operation well suited to New Hampshire's peculiar brand of retail politics. Students from Harvard, Yale, Amherst, Smith, Mount Holyoke, and other New England colleges flooded the state. By some estimates, 3,000 strong. They came with sleeping bags and ski boots, White wrote, like a Boy Scout campout, bringing with them the youthful talent for improvised organization. Bearded students had sacrificed their beards so as not to alarm the citizens on their rounds. Blue jeans and sweatshirts were also proscribed. All were as neat, tidy, and wholesome as their parents had ever hoped they would be. Sympathetic locals housed them in spare bedrooms, in church and synagogue basements, and on living room floors. What is happening is that violet-eyed damsels from Smith are pinning McCarthy buttons on tattooed mill workers, observed the veteran political journalist Mary McRory. And PhDs from Cornell, shaven and shorn for world peace, are deferentially bowing to middle-aged Manchester housewives and importuning them to consider a change in commander-in-chief. On site to cover the primary, White found that Hampshiremen and their wives loved it. "These college kids are fabulous," the chairman of the Nashua Democratic City Committee crowed. "There are so many people who have kids of their own of the same age, and they can't talk to their own kids. It's another generation. These kids knock at the door and come in politely and actually want to talk to grown-ups, and people are delighted." On March 12th, McCarthy scored a stunning near upset in the New Hampshire primary, winning 42% of the vote to Lyndon Johnson's 49%. The candidate was, as always, confident but wryly diffident. "I think I can get the nomination," he told reporters. "I'm ahead now. We'll be able to finance our Wisconsin campaign after what happened here yesterday. We'll be able to pay our hotel bills." While McCarthy's team picked up stakes and headed for Wisconsin, Robert Kennedy remained racked by uncertainty. Since December, his inner circle had hotly debated the merits of challenging LBJ. His young aides, Adam Walensky and Peter Edelman, strongly favored entering the race. Kenneth O'Donnell believed that Bobby would likely lose, but argued that some things were worth losing for. Others were less certain. Edward Kennedy and Ted Sorensen feared that Bobby would accomplish little other than to divide the liberal camp in two and tarnish his own reputation as an anti-war leader. Larry O'Brien, still a member of Johnson's cabinet and deeply involved in the president's re-election campaign, kept a respectful distance from the deliberations. Outside RFK's inner circles, signals were equally mixed. From California, Jesse Unruh, the powerful Speaker of the State Assembly, urged Bobby to enter the fray. In Chicago, Mayor Richard Daley, who opposed the war and had warned Johnson that it would prove the undoing of the Great Society, signaled an unwillingness to break with the president. In late January, even in the wake of the Tet Offensive, Bobby maintained his public insistence that he would not be a candidate. And then came the New Hampshire primary. That evening, Kennedy telephoned McCarthy's headquarters to congratulate his colleague on a stunning upset. Goodwin, who answered the call, was elated by the returns, but delivered an uncomfortable ultimatum. The hour had come to make a definitive decision. Bobby must enter the race or endorse McCarthy. 4 days later, Kennedy announced his candidacy from the same Senate caucus room where JFK launched his own campaign in 1960. "We woke up after the New Hampshire primary like it was Christmas Day," said a young McCarthy volunteer. "And when we went down to the tree, we found Bobby Kennedy had stolen our Christmas presents." Though Goodwin immediately quit the campaign and joined Bobby's team, most McCarthy staff members and foot soldiers were appalled by what they perceived as RFK's ruthless and self-serving ambition. Over the next 8 weeks, the two anti-war senators would hurl more fire at each other than at the president, whom they had both grown to loathe and mistrust. 6 days after the New Hampshire primary, Harry McPherson outlined his understanding of the race in a lengthy memorandum to the president. Of the 6 likely candidates for president, Democrats Johnson, McCarthy, and Kennedy, Republicans Rockefeller and Nixon, and Independent George Wallace, LBJ carried the most political baggage. The 1968 cycle would culminate in a change election, he argued. And, as the incumbent president, you are, to some degree at least, the natural defender of the status quo. You represent things as they are. The course we are following, the policies and programs we have chosen. Therefore, you are the most conservative of the 6, the man who is not calling for change but resisting it. This is a tough position today. Consider, he said, the others. Wallace, the candidate of rage and backlash. McPherson dismissed his base of support as unreachable by us. Nixon, a modified version of the Wallace change. Rockefeller, the Republican Kennedy. McCarthy, the only proponent of an all-out Dove policy, and Kennedy, who would pledge to bridge the gap between hawk and dove, black and white, business and labor, and who, as his brother had done to Nixon and Eisenhower 8 years earlier, would position himself as the candidate of vitality against Johnson, the very image of staleness and weariness. He urged the president to break out of the pack by announcing a sharp change in tactics in Vietnam, with more focus on holding key cities and less emphasis on racking up body count, as the first step in a wider de-escalation. It seems to me that we are not going to win a military victory in the ordinary meaning of that term. He further counseled an emergency summit of 50 big city mayors to identify a wide range of measures to reduce tension within minority communities and to restore law and order. You should try to be neither the toughest police chief in the country nor sympathetic with rioters because of the conditions they live in. In a nod to the depressing reality of recent years, McPherson assumed that there would be riots that summer, and that these riots would assume political importance in the lead-up to the fall campaign. The president, he believed, should keep rhetoric to a minimum, but demonstrate strong leadership by committing troops to restore order at the earliest instance of violence. Finally, he advocated a heavy travel schedule. Johnson could not run an Oval Office or front porch race. He would inevitably have to risk a lot of heckling and picketing. Otherwise, the contrast with McCarthy, Kennedy, Rockefeller, and Nixon will be obvious and damaging. They can speak to the American people. You cannot. LBJ should arrange rallies and speeches in cities like Philadelphia, Charlotte, New Orleans, Albuquerque, Denver, Memphis, Rochester, St. Louis, anywhere there was not a large activist campus or peace movement in town, and create the impression that you can go anywhere. The president's other aides and advisers were equally restive. Jim Rowe warned that the president must take dramatic and exciting action immediately. The Dove position had gained irreversible traction in recent weeks, and if Johnson did not transform himself from the win the war candidate to the peace with honor candidate, he might lose the upcoming Wisconsin primary. The committee had canvassed 400 party officials nationwide, of whom 399 had committed to the president's campaign. But a popular rejection at the polls would cause many of those leaders to reconsider their course. Several weeks earlier, Clark Clifford replaced Robert McNamara as Defense Secretary. Increasingly despondent and certain that the war had been a tragic mistake, McNamara had left office an emotional wreck. His successor, a hardened veteran of Washington politics who had consistently supported LBJ's war policy in his capacity as a private advisor, spent his first days at the Pentagon taking stock of the situation. He quickly determined that what the generals were requesting to win the war, an additional 206,000 combat troops, and an additional $12 billion in budget, above and beyond the existing appropriation, was politically untenable. The South Vietnamese government had proven itself unwilling to pull its weight. Regional allies in Asia were reluctant to enter the fight. McNamara had arrived at the right conclusion. The time had come to de-escalate. Johnson's circle of security advisors and wise men, Omar Bradley, Walt Rostow, Dean Rusk, George Ball, Arthur Dean, McGeorge Bundy, all agreed. The only holdouts in the group were Abe Fortas and Maxwell Taylor, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The president assigned McPherson the task of preparing a dramatic, televised address in which he would announce a sharp curtailment of bombings and an offer to cease the bombings altogether and return to the peace table with North Vietnam. For one of the few times in his presidency, LBJ would also speak in complete candor to the American people about the financial costs of the war and the resultant need to pass a temporary tax surcharge and reduce non-military expenditures in the coming year. On Saturday, March 30th, the president phoned Horace Busby to inform him of the pending announcement, which he planned to make during a televised speech the next evening. I was jubilant, Busby remembered. Such a startling reversal of American policy must mean that Hanoi had already sent assurances that the proposal would be accepted. No, the president replied. We have heard nothing from Hanoi, not a whisper, not a wink. It's only a roll of the dice. I'm shoving all my stack on this one. Johnson asked his former aide to review McPherson's draft. I'm going to send a driver out to your house for Sunday night, he explained. It'll take him at least an hour to get there. While he's on his way, I wish you would sit down and write out for me what you and I were talking about in January. Have the driver bring it back in here to me. I want to look it over, and I may consider using it. Busby remembered very well what he had discussed with the president in January. Johnson understood what Harry McPherson did not. He could not engage in a hard-fought campaign to retain the White House while also attempting to negotiate peace in Vietnam. He certainly could not travel from city to city, where he would meet with enraged protesters and govern a country that was on the cusp of yet another long, hot summer marred by urban violence. When Busby arrived at the White House on Sunday, a secretary had called him shortly after midnight with instructions to arrive early that morning. He found Johnson drained and weary, but still undecided as to whether he would use the new concluding paragraph. The biggest reason to do it is just one thing, he murmured. I want out of this cage. LBJ had already telephoned Hubert Humphrey with news of his potential withdrawal from the race. The vice president doubted that he could take the nomination away from Bobby. This factor, too, weighed on Johnson's mind. Without an office, Busby camped out in the treaty room, where he polished his proposed conclusion. Gradually, the president informed other staff members of what he was considering. Are you for it? Busby asked Marie Famer, one of Johnson's senior secretaries. I am not, she replied, firmly and coolly. Marvin Watson, too, was visibly unhappy. Early that evening, as Buzz sat outside Johnson's bedroom door, Watson approached with a glower and opened the door to the inner sanctum. I see you have had a very good day, he barked. I knew what this meant, recalled Busby. Marvin Watson would express himself clearly and unmistakably, but also with faultless propriety. Since morning, I had had more than my share of time alone with the president. Marvin Watson deserved time alone now. I made no move to follow. At 9 p.m., the president began his televised address. 40 minutes later, as he concluded, Lyndon Johnson announced that he would not seek or accept his party's nomination for another term as president. Throughout the spring, as Nixon solidified his delegate count and plotted a general election strategy, Kennedy and McCarthy battled it out in several hotly contested primaries. It would prove to be one of the bloodiest seasons in American political history. In early April, an assassin gunned down Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis, where the civil rights leader had joined striking sanitation workers. His death sparked another wave of urban unrest, including riots in Washington, D.C., that were visible from the White House. 2 months later, Bobby Kennedy was assassinated in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, just moments after declaring victory in California's hard-fought primary. The world has never been more disorderly within memory of living man, the journalist Walter Lippmann wrote that year. By August, when the Democratic National Convention opened in Chicago, well over 2/3 of primary voters had supported either McCarthy or Kennedy, candidates who called for a negotiated settlement of the war in Southeast Asia. By contrast, only 2.2% of voters had supported Hubert Humphrey, Johnson's heir apparent, who reluctantly echoed the administration line on Vietnam and who had not competed in a single primary. Others had cast their votes for favorite son candidates who could be expected to support the incumbent president or his chosen successor. If the will of the voters determined the outcome, the Democrats would have nominated an anti-war liberal. But in 1968, only 15 states chose their delegates by primary. Almost 3/5 of convention delegates were selected by county committeemen, state party apparatchiks, and elected officials. As early as June 2nd, even before Kennedy's assassination, the vice president's advisers had sewn up enough delegates to secure the nomination. Humphrey did not need grassroots support to win. He only needed the party bosses. Given the sharp divisions within the party, hawks versus doves, young against old, blue-collar versus white-collar, McCarthy supporters against Kennedy supporters, McCarthy and Kennedy supporters against Humphrey's machine, it was almost inevitable that the Democrats would fight and fracture, as indeed they did. Amid reports that various groups planned to disrupt the convention's proceedings, Richard J. Daley, the legendary Chicago mayor and party fixer, mobilized 12,000 city policemen, 5,000 National Guardsmen, and 6,000 federal troops to stand watch over the city. Ironically, Daley had gradually evolved from hawk to qualified dove. He no longer felt the war could be won, and he feared that the war might hurt down-ballot Democratic candidates in the fall election. But he was a party man through and through, and he would not brook disruption or dissent, not in his city and not on his watch. It was true that several organized groups intended to demonstrate in Chicago. Under the direction of Abby Hoffman and Jerry Rubin, the Yippies, a motley band of agitators who combined New Left politics with street theater tactics, had all sorts of wonders planned for the benefit of Humphrey's supporters. Among their designs, having 1,000 nudists stage a float-in Lake Michigan, enlisting 230 hyper-potent men to seduce the wives and daughters of prominent delegates, injecting LSD into Chicago's water supply, and sending hundreds of activists into the streets to throw handfuls of rice at passers-by. Slightly less menacing, but only just, were members of the National Mobilization Committee to End the War, the MOB, who had orchestrated the highly successful 1967 spring demonstration that drew hundreds of thousands of anti-war protesters into the streets nationwide. Finally, there were Gene McCarthy's supporters, who were deeply embittered that the party was about to crown a man who had not competed in a single presidential primary. The convention descended into chaos. Inside the hall, city policemen treated pro-McCarthy delegates brutally, refusing entrance to Lowenstein, who was not only a delegate from New York, but also a Democratic nominee for Congress that fall, and roughing up Alex Rosenberg, a delegate who headed New York City's most important Democratic Reform Club. "I wasn't sentenced and sent here," Rosenberg screamed as the police dragged him away. "I was elected." When the CBS reporter Mike Wallace tried to cover the mayhem, a policeman punched him in the face. The convention turned positively rancorous when Lyndon Johnson's representatives managed to scuttle a compromise plank on Vietnam. As the New York Times noted, LBJ had left Vice President Humphrey more tightly bound than ever to administration policy, and gave the Doves the rallying cry that the Vietnam plank in the Democratic platform was directed by the White House. And rally they did. Upon hearing of the adoption of a hardline plank on Vietnam, several thousand MOB protesters, Yippies, and McCarthy supporters began marching toward the convention hall, only to be violently blocked by Chicago police. As Daley's police force brutally attacked the young protesters, inside, the liberal Senator Abraham Ribicoff of Connecticut took to the podium to denounce the Gestapo tactics on the streets of Chicago. Television viewers who had already been mesmerized by live feeds of the riot engulfing the city's streets were then treated to an unusually vivid spectacle as Mayor Daley, seething with rage, pointed his right index finger in Ribicoff's direction and bellowed out a string of inaudible expletives. Seasoned lip readers had little trouble discerning his words. "Fuck you, you Jew son of a bitch!" "How hard it is to accept the truth," Ribicoff taunted in reply. "How hard it is." At the end of the week, Hubert Humphrey collected his prize. He would be the Democratic nominee in the November election, but he trailed Richard Nixon by 12 points in the polls, and his party lay in shambles. At the White House, Johnson and his advisers quickly learned what life was like in a lame duck administration. In June, some 3 months after LBJ shook the political establishment with his retirement announcement, Chief Justice Earl Warren, fearing that Richard Nixon, a fellow Californian whom he had long despised, might win the White House, conveyed to the president his decision to step down from the bench. Johnson saw the court as a means of perpetuating his social reform, particularly racial justice, explained Joe Califano. He also wanted the court to uphold the compromise he had reached with Catholics on funds for parochial schools, as well as his consumer, health, and environmental legislation. The president expected that all of these issues would play out in the courts long after he left the White House, and he intended to win them as well after he had gone. The plan called for elevating Fortas to Chief Justice and filling the vacant seat with Homer Thornberry, an appellate court judge, former Texas congressman, and longtime Johnson ally, all before November. The president anticipated strong conservative opposition to Fortas on 2 counts: his liberalism, particularly on matters related to race, and his religion. It had been easy to place Fortas in the court's lone Jewish seat when LBJ had been at the height of his power. It would be another matter entirely for an outgoing president to appoint a liberal Jew to the Chief Justiceship, particularly in a climate less hospitable to Fortas's liberal outlook.
Clark Clifford warned him that he would never find the votes in the Senate. From the start, everything went wrong. Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, a former Klansman who filibustered the Civil Rights Act in 1964, pledged to do everything in my power to oppose the leftist Abe Fortas. Russell Long of Louisiana denounced the nominee as one of the Dirty Five who sought to expand the rights of the accused. James Eastland of Mississippi, an ardent racist and chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, told the president that he had never seen so much feeling against a man as against Fortas. He might have been thinking in part of his colleague, John McClellan of Arkansas, who ironically wanted that SOB formally submitted to the Senate so that he could take the fight public. Though Fortas had easily cleared the Senate confirmation process 3 years earlier to take his seat as an associate justice, he now served as a lightning rod for conservative Democrats and Republicans who channeled their resentment of Great Society liberalism into fervent opposition to his appointment as chief. As a former member in good standing of the Southern Democratic Caucus, Johnson was firmly convinced that much of its opposition to Fortas stemmed from a toxic blend of anti-Semitism and racism. He urged the president of the American Bar Association to denounce the injection of religious bigotry into a court nomination battle and instructed White House staff to enlist prominent rabbis to lobby senators from states with large Jewish constituencies. With prominent Republicans like Robert Griffin of Michigan also in the opposition camp, the White House activated key industrialists, including Henry Ford II and Paul Austin, the president of Coca-Cola, to apply pressure where needed. Matters came to a head when Fortas appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee for his confirmation hearings. Though a skilled litigator and no stranger to bare-knuckle politics, he was unprepared for the force of opposition that his nomination met. Committee members relentlessly attacked Fortas for his role in shaping key court decisions that liberalized criminal rights and public obscenity laws, proxy issues in the broader political debate over race, poverty, and counterculture. They also hammered the sitting Associate Justice for mixing his roles as jurist and presidential advisor, and thereby eroding the court's independence. Fortas anticipated this criticism and replied that the history of this republic is replete with shining examples of a close relationship between a president and a justice of the Supreme Court. In particular, he cited John Jay, who offered George Washington the benefit of his wisdom on a variety of political problems, and Chief Justice Fred Vinson and the Associate Justice Sherman Minton, who the committee members knew very well had continued to serve Harry Truman as an informal advisor after each had ascended to the court. Indeed, some members had served in the House with Vinson or the Senate with Minton. To that list, Fortas might as well have added Felix Frankfurter, who, as virtually every senator understood, remained a close advisor to FDR after joining the court, or William O. Douglas, who dabbled conspicuously with politics and even considered running for president from the bench. He also downplayed his current proximity to LBJ. Califano later admitted that Fortas's testimony was so misleading and deceptive that those of us who were aware of his relationship with Johnson winced with each news report of his appearance before the Senate committee. It was clear that the president's allies would struggle to secure the 67 votes needed to break a filibuster. Their odds grew narrower when the committee learned that Fortas had accepted a payment of $15,000, equal to 40% of his government salary, to teach a seminar at American University, and that the funds associated with his lectureship had been provided by a private donor. Though not an explicit ethics violation, the revelation crystallized opposition to his appointment. The Judiciary Committee ultimately sent Fortas's nomination to the full Senate by a vote of 11-6, but supporters failed to achieve cloture by a vote of 45 to 43. Fortas returned to the court as an associate justice. Thornberry remained on the appellate court, and Earl Warren delayed his retirement until after Johnson's successor took office. The Fortas nomination was just one of LBJ's many squabbles with Congress in his last months in the White House. Since 1967, when LBJ first requested a surcharge to help cover the costs of the Vietnam War, the administration had been locked in a quiet war with Wilbur Mills, the conservative Democrat who chaired the House Ways and Means Committee, which was responsible for all tax legislation. Mills refused to cooperate unless Johnson agreed to make steep cuts to domestic programs. When toward the end of the year, LBJ offered to excise $2 billion from the budget in mid-year, a concession that incensed liberals in his own party, Mills stiffened his position and also demanded limits to how many children in a single household could qualify for AFDC. The president patently refused this proposal, arguing in a private meeting at the White House that such limits would only hurt poor children. Unbeknownst to Mills, some of Johnson's domestic policy aides had in fact begun contemplating a shift from the service model, AFDC, to family income maintenance, precisely the type of massive redistribution scheme that Daniel Patrick Moynihan argued would provide the real antidote to poverty. Nobody likes the present system. Liberals, conservatives, poor, rich, white, Negroes, and welfare workers, the staff member Ben Wattenberg told Califano, Cater, and McPherson. But opinion has not yet gelled as to an alternative program, and family income maintenance represented a sharp break with the prevailing opportunity theory that formed the theoretical foundation of the Great Society. In the meantime, the administration would remain firm in its position. Basically, Wattenberg continued, it is this. We are not talking about relief chiselers, or promiscuous mothers, or slums, or Negroes. We are talking about children. There are 4 million American children living on AFDC payments today. They had no choice of their parentage. The real question then is, are we prepared to help American children who can't help themselves? LBJ held the line, but he could not forestall Mills forever. After his speech on March 31st, in which the president renewed his call for a tax surcharge, Mills demanded $6 billion in spending cuts. Califano recalled that LBJ was furious and accused Mills and the Republican leader Gerald Ford of courting danger by holding up a tax bill until you can blackmail someone into getting your own personal viewpoint on reductions. But an outgoing president had little negotiating power, and LBJ knew it. He swallowed the cuts and in turn won congressional approval of a 10% temporary surcharge. On the surface, the Democratic primary results suggested an emerging anti-war consensus. But the truth was more complicated. While many of McCarthy's voters genuinely opposed the war in Vietnam, exit polls showed that a majority of his supporters in New Hampshire identified as hawks and voted against LBJ to register dissatisfaction with the slow pace of the war effort. Others were unhappy about rising inflation and urban unrest. In November, roughly 18% of McCarthy's primary voters would cast ballots for George Wallace, an unabashed war hawk whose running mate supported the use of nuclear weapons against North Vietnam. Lyndon Johnson's private pollster found that 55% of McCarthy voters supported the conventional bombing campaign against North Vietnam, while only 29% opposed it. Even by late fall, a majority of Americans still opposed a unilateral American bombing halt, and only 13% favored a complete and immediate withdrawal from Vietnam. To oppose the administration's strategy in Vietnam was not synonymous with advocating peace at any cost. The political situation was fluid as Nixon and Humphrey looked to November. Many Americans were deeply dissatisfied with the war, but there was no clear consensus about how to win or get out of Vietnam. Moreover, the country was deeply divided over hot-button issues like school desegregation and busing, urban unrest, rising crime rates, inflation, and the student movement. In such a fractured environment, the candidate who could cobble together the most votes from otherwise competing groups would prevail in November. Complicating matters for the Democratic nominee, throughout the fall, Wallace tapped into a strong reserve of voter anger, peeling away many white working-class Democrats in the North and potential white Republican voters in the South. Running on a platform of sheer rage against African Americans, against crime, against the administration's failed Vietnam policy, against liberal intellectuals, Wallace whipped working-class audiences into a fury. He dubbed Nixon and Humphrey Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and claimed there was not a dime's worth of difference between them. He slammed the overeducated ivory tower folks with pointed heads looking down their noses at us, and promised that when we get to be president and some anarchist lies down in front of our car, it'll be the last car he'll ever lie down in front of. Wallace thrived on his exchanges with the left-wing hecklers who attempted to disrupt his rallies, taunting them with lines like, "You young people seem to know a lot of four-letter words, but I have two four-letter words you don't know, SOAP and WORK, and you just come up to the platform afterward and I'll autograph your sandals." Wallace made an easy target for liberals like Elizabeth Hardwick, a writer for the New York Review of Books, who mocked his ill-cut suits, his graying, drip-dry shirts, his sour, dark, unprepossessing look, carrying the scent of hurry and hair oil. His natural home would seem to be a seedy hotel with a lot of people in the lobby, and his relaxation a cheap diner. Gary Wills similarly described Wallace's gritty nimbus of piety, violence, sex. Picked on and self-righteous, yet aggressive and darkly venturous, he has the dingy, attractive air of a B-movie idol, the kind who plays a handsome garage attendant. But such condescension only heightened the former governor's appeal to working-class white voters who were angry at the world and needed a place to direct their rage. Seeking to exploit the year's turmoil and to capture some of Wallace's appeal, Nixon walked a thin line between statesmanship and demagoguery, promising to speak for the forgotten Americans, non-shouters, the non-demonstrators that are not racist or sick, that are not guilty of crime that plagues the land. This, I say to you tonight, is the real voice of America in 1968. By focusing incessantly on racially coded issues like crime and urban unrest, Nixon signaled to white voters that he offered a respectable alternative to Wallace. Campaigning throughout the Upper South, he endorsed the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education, which banned segregation in public schools, but also assured white voters that he felt it was wrong for the federal government to force a local community to carry out what a federal administrator or bureaucrat may think is best for that local community. Even the conservative Wall Street Journal criticized Nixon's harsh and strident efforts to capitalize on deep-seated discontent and frustration. This is the Richard Nixon who tells a whistle-stop rally in Deschler, Ohio, that in the 45 minutes since his train left Lima, 1 murder, 2 rapes, and 45 major crimes of violence had occurred in this country, and that Hubert Humphrey defends the policies under which we have seen crime rise to this point. It was also the same Nixon who recalls in Penn Square in Reading
the young girl with tears in her eyes, who told him her fiancé had just been killed in Vietnam and asked, "Mr. Nixon, can you do something about this war?" The Wall Street Journal regretted that gone almost entirely are the references of earlier days to the need for justice and action to ease the plight of Negroes and other poor people. Instead, the former vice president was peddling a brand of extremism that seems not only unnecessary but self-defeating. In a society already deeply divided by fear and mistrust, Mr. Nixon's hard line seems sure to deepen the divisions. Throughout September, Nixon clung to a wide lead in the polls. Humphrey tried to campaign on the politics of happiness, the politics of purpose, and the politics of joy, sounding traditional liberal themes and affirming that, for every jail Mr. Nixon wants to build, I'd like to build a house for a family. And for every policeman he wants to hire, I'd like to hire another good teacher. But with his fortunes tied so strongly to the administration's losing policy in Vietnam, and with the country riveted by urban violence and social unrest, he made little headway. On the right, Humphrey was bleeding blue-collar supporters to Wallace. Reports came in from the Midwest of Wallace rallies packed wall-to-wall with steelworkers, and of Union locals whose memberships were breaking 3-1 for the former Alabama governor. In New Jersey, 62% of workers at a Lincoln Mercury plant in Middlesex County, home to Rutgers University, and 73% of workers at the Turnstedt division of General Motors were backing Wallace. Labor officials were so concerned that Wallace might siphon off enough votes to deliver key industrial states to Nixon that they began circulating millions of pamphlets to their members reminding workers that Alabama was a stringently anti-union fortress with antiquated wage and hours laws. A 16-page fact sheet titled "The Wallace Labor Record" claimed, "If you're a carpenter, it costs you more than $40 a week to work under George Wallace. If you're a bus driver, it costs you more than $30 a week to work under George Wallace." For all these efforts, in late September, it was still not clear that working-class white voters would come home to the Democratic Party. Humphrey also faced trouble on the left. Wherever he went, anti-war protesters heckled him, shouting, "Stop the war! Sieg Heil!" and "Shame! Shame!" and hoisting signs that read, "With Humphrey and Fascist Daly, who needs enemies?" It hardly mattered that Richard Nixon's position on Vietnam was totally inscrutable. Though he had told a New Hampshire audience, "Yes, I have a plan to end the war," and though he promised that he would end the war and win the peace in the Pacific, Nixon stubbornly refused to reveal even the scantest details of his plan, which, to his chagrin, reporters took to calling a secret plan. "I don't want to pull the rug out from under our negotiations in Paris by giving away too much detail," he explained. Unlike Humphrey, he could afford to be vague. He was not a member of the current administration and stood for change ipso facto. With his campaign in a rut, Humphrey's only hope was to break with Johnson and reverse course on Vietnam. On September 30th, he did just that, announcing that his administration would unilaterally halt the bombing of all North Vietnamese targets and thus take a risk for peace. It helped that Wallace had tapped the retired Air Force General Curtis LeMay to be his running mate. LeMay, who famously called for bombing the Vietnamese back to the Stone Age, and who spoke lyrically of the salutary environmental effects of nuclear testing on the Bikini Atoll, terrified many Wallace voters into taking a second look at Humphrey. For his part, Humphrey made good political fodder of the choice, dubbing Wallace and LeMay the Bombsey twins, and emphasizing his own program for peace. The president, in turn, was furious and contemplated withholding further support for his vice president.
It was never realistic that Johnson would disavow his longtime friend. As an unpopular president, he was of limited use to the nominee anyway, but many of his aides provided critical support. Larry O'Brien had resigned from the cabinet following LBJ's announcement on March 31st to work for Bobby Kennedy. Now he ran the Humphrey campaign's national political operation. Doug Cater also resigned his White House post to coordinate domestic policy for the campaign. From the White House, Califano supplied Humphrey with a steady flow of talking points and legislative proposals, particularly aimed at turning back Wallace's support among lower and middle-income Americans. Many of his suggestions anticipated a continuation and expansion of the Great Society in the coming administration, though with an expanded focus on the middle class. Comprehensive health care and catastrophic hospital insurance, in effect Medicare for children under 3 years old and their mothers. Head Start for all children ages 3 to 5. Why shouldn't middle-class children receive the same benefits of nursery school as poor children? Califano asked. An expansion of higher education grants to target middle-income families. An increase in ESEA funds to local schools, and a dedicated transportation construction program. Califano's memorandums effectively came full circle to the debate between Horace Busby and Bill Moyers some 3 years earlier. By broadening its target audience to include Middle America, Humphrey could garner wide support for measures that would also materially improve the condition of poor people. The prevailing wisdom still held. Quantitative measures, not qualitative initiatives, would suffice. LBJ's aides also believed that anti-war liberals could be won back if Humphrey drew a sharp contrast with Nixon on domestic policy. Where would we be if Nixon had been elected in 1960? They suggested as a talking point. No Medicare, no aid to education, no war on poverty, no Head Start, no minimum wage bill, no model cities, no civil rights bills, no Social Security increases, etc. Nixon was straddling the fence and refusing to take a stand on the war, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, jobs, aids to education, crime, older Americans, and cities. Rather than permit the GOP nominee to run as a vague change candidate, the campaign should challenge voters to consider whether they preferred a replay of the Republican record of the 50s against the Democratic record of the 60s in the economy, jobs, education, health, housing, crime, cities, civil rights, consumer protection, quality of the environment, and agriculture. In effect, the White House urged Humphrey to meet backlash head-on by making the election a referendum on the Great Society. It was easy advice for the vice president to follow. Liberal to his core, his staff increasingly drawn from LBJ's orbit, he ran the race that Johnson had hoped to run himself, and it seemed to work. As organized labor shifted into high gear for Humphrey, and as peace Democrats moved steadily into his column, Nixon's lead shrank to 5% by October 20th. Then, on October 30th, Nixon's advantage all but vanished, as Johnson sprang a surprise, announcing to a primetime television audience that Hanoi had agreed to a new round of four-way peace talks between North Vietnam and its ally, the National Liberation Front, and the United States and its ally, the Saigon-based Government of Vietnam. Johnson also told the nation that Hanoi had agreed to stop bombing South Vietnamese cities in return for a halt in America's bombing campaign north of the demilitarized zone. With hopes for peace running high, Humphrey surged in the polls, leading Nixon by 3 points on November 2nd. But Nixon had an October surprise of his own. In the 3 weeks leading up to the election, as a newly invigorated Hubert Humphrey barnstormed the nation, touting a platform of human equality and human opportunity, crying out for a spirit of community, visiting black churches and tearfully celebrating America, the only country on the face of the earth that has ever dared to try to make what we call a biracial, pluralistic society work. Nixon's campaign was using back channels to scuttle the Johnson administration's negotiations with the various parties in Vietnam. Nixon's team met secretly with Anna Chan Chenault, a wealthy supporter of Chiang Kai-shek, co-chair of Republican Women for Nixon, and confidant of the South Vietnamese president Nguyen Van Thieu. At Nixon's behest, Chenault informed Thieu that Nixon would secure a better deal for his country than either Humphrey or Johnson, and that the Democrats were effectively prepared to sell out Saigon in order to secure peace at any price. If Chenault could persuade Thieu to stay away from the negotiating table, the talks would collapse, LBJ would look foolish, and the Democrats' 11th-hour gambit would fail. Johnson and Humphrey were well aware of these machinations. The FBI was tapping Chenault's phone, but opted not to make them public. By one plausible, though unlikely, account, Humphrey was simply too honorable a man to reveal the GOP's shenanigans, because he feared that doing so would make it all but impossible for Nixon to govern in the event of an election victory. By another, more likely account, neither LBJ nor Humphrey wanted to acknowledge the wiretaps on Anna Chenault, for fear they would reveal other FBI taps and bugs, many of them illegal. In the end, Nixon's surprise trumped LBJ's. On November 2nd, Thieu announced that the government of South Vietnam deeply regrets not being able to participate in the peace talks. And as quickly as it had emerged, the euphoria over LBJ's October 31st announcement broke. Without South Vietnamese participation in the Paris talks, there was little chance of final resolution. Even as the Nixon campaign was secretly, and quite possibly illegally, engaged in a campaign to sabotage the Paris peace talks, it allowed the vice presidential nominee Spiro T. Agnew to denounce Humphrey's call for a bombing halt. Such a promise strengthened the hand of Hanoi, Agnew said, and undermined the Johnson administration's negotiations. It is impossible to say whether Nixon's October surprise was decisive. The election results were painfully close, with Nixon taking 43.4% of the popular vote to 42.7% for Humphrey and 13.5% for Wallace. In the Electoral College, Nixon's margin was wider, 301 electoral votes to Humphrey's 191 and Wallace's 46. But minor swings in the popular vote in key states might have resulted in a Democratic victory. In the election's aftermath, the Wall Street Journal concluded that while Nixon might have won, it was clear that the American people have not yet settled their collective mind on what they really want. Calling Nixon's victory a loose mandate for change, the editor summed up America as a people uncertain and yet searching. They do not like the kind of foreign policies that involve us in Vietnam's, but they find little appeal in a new isolationism. They enjoy the new prosperity, but resent having it eaten away by inflation. They see that the vast federal social welfare programs of the past years have produced little demonstrable result, but they are by no means abandoning efforts to solve very real social problems. Early in the afternoon of November 6th, following a long night of nail-biting and poll-watching, Hubert Humphrey greeted thousands of supporters at Minneapolis's Leamington Hotel and announced that he had called Richard Nixon to congratulate him on a hard-fought victory. Moments later, after the crowd dispersed, Humphrey, choking back tears, told an aide, "Jesus,
I think I would have done a good job in the White House." Days later, he and his running mate, Senator Ed Muskie of Maine, came to the mansion for a pre-scheduled breakfast with Johnson. "Even the vice president's natural ebullience was finally muted," recalled George Christian. "And when the three of them walked out of the family dining room, it appeared to me they had been attending a wake." After showing his guests to the elevator, LBJ turned to his press secretary and muttered, "Well, they almost did it." Conclusion. January 20th, 1969. "I do understand power, whatever else may be said about me," Lyndon Johnson sometimes reminded his aides. "I know where to look for it and how to use it." Now, in the final weeks of his term, aides witnessed a steady diminution of presidential power, as Harry McPherson later recalled. There was no point in preparing a massive legislative program for the next year, since the new president would urge his own. So the lines of demand and response between the White House and the departments grew slack. There was no sense of anticipation, no fear of sanctions. Joe Califano remembered the closing days as bleak. Bereft of clout and preparing to hand the keys of the White House to Richard Nixon, a virtuoso in the art of backlash politics, who was widely expected to dismantle large parts of LBJ's domestic legacy, advisors to the outgoing president could do little but count down the hours until January 20th. Many of the assistants began looking for jobs. Califano and McPherson prepared to resume the practice of law. Mike Manitos, a veteran of the Kennedy and Johnson Legislative Affairs Office, would continue to ply his talents, but for private sector clients. Fred Panzer, the president's research whiz, accepted an offer from the Tobacco Institute. All were beginning to scatter in spirit, if not in body, George Christian wrote. On his final evening in the White House, Johnson gathered his closest friends and staff in the residence for a buffet dinner. "It was a happy event," Califano recorded. "We shared a sense of relief that it was over and a sense of achievement, for despite the frightful cost of the Vietnam War in American lives and economic resources, all assembled knew that we'd been part of a monumental social revolution. Personally, LBJ had drawn from most of us far more than we ever realized we had to give." As the evening wound down, LBJ backed Califano into the corner of the living room, just near the elevator. He spoke in a low whisper of Richard Nixon's fundamentally dishonest and vindictive nature, recalling the days when both men served together in Congress. "You're going to make some money now, for the first time in your life," he advised. "First, invest it in land. This Nixon knows nothing about the economy, and it's going to go to hell. Second, when you pay your income taxes, after you figure them out, pay an additional $500. It's not enough for Nixon to win. He's going to have to put some people in jail. Third, the more you succeed, watch out for jealous people. Jealousy and sex drive people to do more damn mean and crazy things than anything else." The next morning, shortly before the Nixons arrived for the ceremonial tea with the outgoing First Family, Johnson phoned Horace Busby, who found the president in good spirits. The moving crews, he told Buzz, were all around, eager for LBJ and Lady Bird to leave the residence so that they could begin the frenetic process by which the Johnsons' belongings were packed and transported to awaiting trucks. Crews came in to repaint and recarpet the residence, and the new president's furnishings, clothes, and personal items were installed, all by the late afternoon, when Richard and Pat Nixon would return from the inaugural parade and dress for the evening's balls. "They are watching every move I make," Johnson said with a chuckle. "If I lay a cufflink down on the dresser, A hand comes around the door and snatches it up. The two men exchanged awkward pleasantries until it was time for LBJ to greet the incoming president. "We'll see you again sometime," he muttered to Buzz. Shortly after 10 a.m., the Nixons arrived for the customary tea reception, emerging at 11:05 with Lyndon and Lady Bird to climb inside the black presidential limousine for the short drive to the Capitol. The day was overcast and bitter cold. After the ceremony was over, LBJ joined some of his closest friends and former Senate colleagues for a relaxed brunch of ham and Bloody Marys at Clark Clifford's home. From there, George Christian remembered, the former president was transported to Andrews Air Force Base, where Boeing 707 number 2600 departed for Texas. It was difficult to believe that for this flight, it was no longer Air Force One. Among the many former staff aides who gathered at Andrews to bid the Johnsons farewell was Harry McPherson, who thought back to that first meeting on the Senate floor almost 13 years ago, and how in those years Johnson had become like one of my family, not to be judged by me as others judged him in the aesthetic terms of like and dislike, but more deeply in love, rage, and grief. As McPherson watched the plane disappear into the cloudy sky, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was officially powerless, and oddly relieved. Johnson's aides were sure that the incoming administration would set quickly about the work of dismantling the Great Society. The new president would soon surprise them. William Safire, who served as a speechwriter in the Nixon White House, later posited that while the president's heart was on the right, his head was, with FDR, slightly left of center. Under his watch, Medicare, Medicaid, and aid to elementary and secondary education thrived. Indeed, spending on all three of LBJ's signature domestic programs continued to rise. Though Nixon discontinued the Community Action Program and dismantled the Office of Economic Opportunity, many of the OEO's initiatives, including popular programs like Legal Aid and Head Start, continued to operate successfully under the auspices of the cabinet departments to which they were reassigned. By far the most ambitious and potentially progressive component of Nixon's domestic agenda was a proposal to scrap the nation's complicated patchwork of welfare programs and replace it with a negative income tax that would guarantee all families a minimum annual income. Known as the Family Assistance Plan, FAP, the proposal would have streamlined the welfare state, eliminated thousands of bureaucrats and caseworkers, and substituted cash transfers in the form of a negative income tax for services. FAP included work incentives to ensure that recipients would not lose funding if they found jobs. Had Congress passed the plan, it would have covered roughly twice as many people and 3 times as many children as the principal government welfare program, Aid to Families with Dependent Children, and federal welfare spending would have increased by $4.4 billion in its first year of enactment. But FAP proved a non-starter. It won accolades from many people on the left, who in the final years of the Johnson administration came to doubt the underlying wisdom of opportunity theory, and from many on the right who believed that the working poor knew how to spend their money better than social workers and public sector bureaucrats. But a strange coalition of Southern conservatives and Northern liberals killed the legislation in Congress. Taking their cues from the National Welfare Rights Organization, liberals argued that the plan would not provide poor families with enough money to keep them afloat. At the same time, business and political elites in the South dreaded the possible ramifications of FAP. Studies estimated that the program would have covered 35% of Mississippi's population, thus equalizing the earnings of the state's black and white citizens. In Mississippi, 2/3 of black women worked in service industries, FAP would have boosted the earnings of a $40 per week housekeeper to $3,408 per year, not too far off from the average wages of a male factory worker, $3,984. By raising income levels across the board, FAP threatened to destabilize race relations and increase the region's low prevailing wage. Though the proposal reflected an emerging consensus that poor people needed cash income, not just qualitative assistance, FAP's early demise resulted in a continuation of Johnson's approach to fighting poverty. Nixon did sign into law the Supplemental Security Income Program, which provided a minimum cash income for disabled adults and their dependents, as well as the first automatic cost of living adjustments for Social Security recipients. Together, these measures helped alleviate poverty by providing defined categories of Americans with income assistance. But on the whole, the federal government's anti-poverty activities continued to focus on health care, nutritional assistance, education, and job training. In other areas, too, Nixon built on LBJ's legacy, sometimes with enthusiasm, on other occasions with diffidence or outright derision. Nixon proclaimed in his 1970 State of the Union address that the great question of the 70s is, shall we surrender to our surroundings, or shall we make peace with nature and begin to make reparations for the damage we have done to our air, our land, and our water? Clean air, clean water, open spaces. These should once again be the birthright of every American. Privately, the president was dismissive of environmentalists, telling his domestic policy aide, John Ehrlichman, the one member of his inner circle who was genuinely interested in the issue, that the entire question was pure crap. Still, Nixon understood that public opinion was moving in the opposite direction. In the first year of his presidency, the country watched with horror as an accidental spill attributed to the Union Oil Company polluted 200 miles of shoreline off the California coast, and as the Cuyahoga River, which ran through Cleveland, Ohio, caught fire, the product of several decades of egregious industrial pollution. By the early 1970s, between 2/3 and 3/4 of Americans were concerned about air and water pollution. Ever the politician, Nixon knew he could not afford to seem aloof from reality. What LBJ had begun, he would continue. As president, Nixon asked Congress to pass legislation establishing the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. When the House and Senate complied, Nixon signed both agencies into existence. His pick for EPA chief, William Ruckelshaus, proved a strong proponent of clean air and water. Nixon also signed off on the 1970 Clean Air Act, which forced automobile manufacturers to cut carbon monoxide emissions to 90% of their 1970 levels within 5 years, and the 1972 Coastal Zone Management Act, which safeguarded estuaries. He transferred over 80,000 acres of federal land to the states for the creation of public parks, and set aside millions more acres for protection under the National Wilderness Preservation System. Even on matters related to race relations, Nixon demonstrated unexpected continuity with his predecessor. He understood that once unleashed, federal efforts to desegregate schools would be difficult to stop, particularly given the heightened involvement of federal judges who enjoyed lifetime tenure and thus immunity from the whims of current politics. Nixon ordered his liberal HEW Secretary Bob Finch to abandon Johnson's policy of threatening to withhold federal funds to coerce districts into developing desegregation strategies. Instead, Finch worked with Attorney General John Mitchell to develop a compromise strategy by which the Justice Department more aggressively sued recalcitrant school districts in the federal courts, a policy that became all the more powerful
in October 1969, when the Supreme Court ruled in Alexander v. Holmes County Board of Education that the South had to terminate dual school systems at once and operate now and hereafter only unitary schools. The legalistic approach was in line with Nixon's personal feelings that, when funds are cut off, the law has failed. You have neither integration or education. On a more practical level, by relying on Justice Department lawsuits to effect desegregation, Nixon deflected Southern backlash away from his administration and onto the courts. Nevertheless, the pace of desegregation continued to increase, in part because judges were newly emboldened to involve themselves on a district-by-district level. Nixon's Labor Department also enforced employment provisions of the Civil Rights Act when it issued sweeping orders in at least 10 cities compelling unions and private firms involved in federal contracting to establish hiring targets. Known as the Philadelphia Plan for its city of origin, this program built on a Johnson administration initiative aimed at increasing the number of black workers in the construction trades. For several decades, a powerful combination of private sector discrimination and racism and nepotism within trade unions had excluded black workers from well-paying blue-collar industries. Even more so than their Democratic predecessors, Secretary of Labor George Shultz and Assistant Secretary of Labor Arthur Fletcher demanded that federal contractors and the unions with which they did business draw up goals and timetables for black hiring. In addition to these actions, between 1969 and 1974, funding for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, the federal agency empowered to take discriminatory employers to court, increased from $13.2 million to $43 million, and the agency's staff jumped from 359 professionals to 1,640. Nixon also signed into law the new Equal Employment Opportunity Act, which broadened the EEOC's jurisdiction to include educational institutions, state and local governments, and all private businesses with 15 or more employees. In effect, even as Nixon played the race card during political appearances before suburban and Southern audiences, his administration maintained the government's commitment to Johnson's Civil Rights Acts. Believing that people who own their own homes don't burn them down, the President signed Executive Order 11458, which established the Office of Minority Business Enterprise, OMBE, under the auspices of the Commerce Department. In conjunction with the Small Business Administration, the OMBE promoted the startup and expansion of minority-owned businesses. The Nixon administration also increased the volume of federal contracts with minority-owned businesses and increased the amount of federal and corporate deposits in black-owned banks. Lyndon Johnson understood better than his aides that once established, benefits and protections are seldom eliminated but often enhanced. He died of chronic heart disease on January 22, 1973. Just 2 days after Nixon took the oath of office for his second term, safe in the belief that his domestic achievements would long endure, though cognizant that his historical reputation would forever be clouded by Vietnam. It was remarkable that Johnson's Great Society endured into the 1970s, 1980s, and beyond, even as the economic theory that underpinned it fell into doubt. LBJ's domestic policy was born of prevailing liberal conviction that experts could grow the economy in perpetuity while sustaining low unemployment and inflation. After 1973, this belief no longer seemed tenable, owing in part to spending on the Vietnam War, as well as a series of supply shocks in the food and energy sectors. Americans absorbed over a decade of runaway inflation. Inflation was accompanied in turn by rising unemployment, particularly in the manufacturing sector, which for many years had formed the backbone of America's prosperous post-war middle class. Stagflation, the combination of high unemployment and inflation, was the very antithesis of liberal economics, and it undercut the entire premise of opportunity theory. Experts had lost control of the economic levers, and increasingly it became clear that all the education and training in the world would not help poor people in urban ghettos, declining coal towns in Appalachia, or mid-sized cities like Youngstown, where in the coming decade empty steel mills stood as skeletal reminders of the region's bygone industrial might. Poor people needed jobs and income, not qualitative assistance to help them capture prosperity that no longer existed. During the decade in which John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson governed, the American economy expanded at an average rate of 7.5% each year. The country has not seen growth like this since. When the Republican Donald J. Trump won the presidency in 2016 on a platform of economic populism and white nationalism, some 50 years after the high water mark of the Great Society, he promised to deliver 4% annual growth. An understated columnist spoke for most experts when he affirmed that it would be a monumental task to achieve such results. What liberal economists in the post-war era assumed would last forever, boundless economic growth and low inflation, was in fact an aberration. To be sure, in the years since LBJ left office, America has experienced periods of sustained economic expansion. But in contrast to the post-war era, in recent decades, the blessings of limited economic growth have accrued principally to the wealthiest Americans. In the years since Lyndon Johnson left office in 1969, the poorest quintile of Americans have seen a steep decline in its share of national income and wealth, while the richest quintile has seen its portion grow. Stagnant incomes are central to this story. Between World War II and 1973, real wages grew steadily at a rate of between 2% and 3% each year, enabling millions of American workers to enjoy unprecedented upward mobility. From that point forward, wage growth slowed dramatically for many Americans. Over the next 3 decades, household wages remained essentially flat, but principally because more women entered the workforce, even as men's wages fell by roughly 9%. In the main, families with 2 wage earners were able to maintain parity. Families headed by single parents fell behind. Many of the problems that Daniel Patrick Moynihan perceived in impoverished black communities, namely the rise of single-parent households and a tangle of poverty that saw men exit the workforce permanently, and sometimes across generations, gradually befell the white and Latino working class as well. By 2011, some 67% of black children, 42% of Latino children, and 25% of white children resided in single-parent households. Given the steady stagnation of wages since 1973, single-parent families are more likely to be poor. At the same time, record-setting numbers of working-age adults have slipped out of the workforce. They are neither employed nor seeking employment, a trend that has alarmed conservatives and liberals alike. For single parents bereft of well-paying jobs, or working-age Americans who have dropped out of the economy, opportunity theory rings hollow. The economic history of the last 50 years has armed Johnson's critics on both the left and the right with ammunition to attack the Great Society. For many conservatives, it was a noble but unsuccessful experiment in European-style socialism that failed to eliminate poverty. Instead, it generated a culture of dependency that held millions of families in an intergenerational cycle of privation. For some progressive critics, the Great Society's preference for qualitative rather than quantitative measures, like a guaranteed household income, doomed the project from the start. Such detractors believe that opportunity theory was scarcely adequate in good times. It was singularly ill-suited to the lean years that followed. Each of these critiques has some merit. Qualitative liberalism assumed that the American economy would continue to grow in perpetuity, that economists and social scientists finally understood how to manipulate the right levers to ensure steady growth and low inflation. In such a world, there was no need to slice the pie more equitably if everyone's slice continued to grow on its own. In their hubris, the generation of policymakers that endured the Great Depression, vanquished fascism, and saved capitalism could scarcely envision a time when Americans would not be the masters of their own destiny. The Great Society concerned itself with poverty and quality of life, not economic inequality. Living in a prosperous age, its architects sought to equip Americans with skills and resources to lift themselves above a certain income level, the poverty line, and enjoy the blessings of an affluent society. Equitable distribution of wealth and income was of less concern to a generation of liberals who saw working-class households enjoy luxuries unimaginable to most families that lived through the Great Depression. In 2017, inequality, whether measured by household income, wealth, or retirement security, has achieved levels unseen since the 1920s. If many conservatives regard the Great Society as an exercise in unbridled liberalism, on the left there is growing consensus that the new political economy demands more, not less, state intervention. But such criticisms also grossly understate the central role that the Great Society programs have played, and continue to play, in reducing poverty, alleviating the suffering of those who live in it, diminishing systemic racial discrimination, enriching the nation's cultural life, and enshrining consumer and environmental protections in the law. The non-cash benefits associated with LBJ's domestic initiatives have cut the poverty rate by 26% since Johnson took office. Food stamps, school breakfasts and lunches, and Head Start programs minimize food insecurity for millions of poor children and their parents each day. Medicaid and Medicare amount to the difference between life and death for 119 million Americans, or roughly 37% of the country's population. Qualitative liberalism has not eradicated poverty, but it sharply reduces it, and today most people cannot fathom a world in which African Americans are denied service at hotels, restaurants, and hospitals, explicitly excluded from the workplace or the housing market, or barred from voting or holding office strictly on the basis of their race. It is equally difficult to envision a country without laws governing clean air and water, consumer labeling standards, federal aid to public schools, or public television and radio. Even as this book goes to print, the enduring value of the Great Society is no longer an academic question or political talking point, but instead a real-world concern. At the heart of LBJ's belief system was the conviction that government should unlock potential for individuals, while recognizing that individuals also owe certain core obligations to each other. In 2016, the Electoral College installed a president, and the American public chose a Congress, who rejects both LBJ's belief system and the policies that emanated from it. It remains to be seen whether Republicans will make good on their long-stated desire to repeal Medicare and replace it with a voucher system, convert Medicaid to a limited block grant program, divert ESEA funds away from public schools, gut environmental and consumer protections, sharply reduce funds for food stamps and school nutritional programs, abolish federal aid for the arts, humanities, and public broadcasting, allow broad-based religious exemptions to civil rights laws, or reimpose a modern-day form of poll taxes in the form of mandatory voter identification cards. As with so many things in life, Americans may learn to appreciate the Great Society only when it is gone. But there is a cautionary tale for opponents of the Great Society. Franklin Roosevelt argued that the New Deal was designed to save our system, the capitalistic system, from extremists on both the far left and the far right. Its expansion of state authority and construction of a partial safety net offended many conservatives, but worked within the existing boundaries of the American political economy. It was designed to help capitalist institutions function with greater order, less risk and volatility, and more uniformity. In later years, many political observers noted that FDR's legacy was strikingly conservative, relative to the path traveled by many post-war European democracies. The same is true of the Great Society, a program of important but limited ambition that was predicated on growth liberalism, not redistribution. The Trump administration and its congressional allies may eliminate access to health care for tens of millions of poor people and senior citizens, strip away food security for impoverished children and their parents, erode civil rights for people of color, and make it possible once again to despoil America's water and air. But when the pendulum swings back, it may swing hard. The next burst of liberal reform may not be anywhere near as solicitous of capitalist institutions and private industry, and it may take a more radical approach to securing not just opportunity, but also equality. Like the New Deal, the Great Society tamed capitalism and secured a modicum of political peace. In its absence, the political controls come off. For those who value Lyndon Johnson's legacy, the early days of Donald Trump's presidency augur some hope. Staffed by a thin layer of political neophytes with little experience and even less curiosity, Trump's White House has no Harry McPherson or Joe Califano, no Bill Moyers or Douglas Cater. It is true that Jack Valenti was no more prepared to assume the awesome responsibilities of his office than were many of Trump's senior advisors. But Valenti threw himself into the role, worked punishing hours, and consumed tens of thousands of pages of briefing memorandums each week. The same cannot be said of Trump's aides. LBJ's White House also valued the collective expertise of the federal bureaucracy and worked closely with cabinet departments and agencies. The Trump administration has been slow to appoint sub-cabinet officials, has cast off career public servants as part of an enemy deep state, and has demonstrated little facility for the art of administration. A staff unprepared to govern and dismissive of administrative expertise and discipline may well find itself hard-pressed to undo the work of a presidential staff that did. Not 3 months after leaving the White House, Harry McPherson was asked by an interviewer what it was like not to be there anymore. Did he feel a loss of relevance? "Well," McPherson answered with a touch of sarcasm, "I'm without a car, which is a terrible loss, and I'm without constant telephone calls, which sort of makes you wonder whether you really count in the world anymore." But he was glad to be away from Johnson at last, after so many years with him. "Because I need to develop my own maturity. That is, to be my own daddy, to a considerable extent, so far as one can be one's own father. He has been an overpowering influence in my life, one whom I had to fight to keep from utterly dominating me. He is consuming to be with. His preoccupations become yours. Whatever he happens to be working on becomes the only thing that anybody works on around him or thinks about. Other aides exhibited more conflict about departing the West Wing. Even after leaving the White House, Jack Valenti remained a member of LBJ's inner circle. Despite his lucrative and glamorous position, he grappled with a sense of emptiness. At this time last year, I was helping the president decide whether to make a major international trip and whom to see, he told McPherson in 1967. This week, I spent an entire day trying to get The Sound of Music into Kenya. He cautioned his former colleagues of what they, too, could expect upon leaving government. The tremendous drop in relevance, in breadth of concern that one experiences in returning to private life. In the years that followed, the men who constituted LBJ's inner circle followed divergent paths. Some, like Joe Califano, returned to government. In 1977, President Jimmy Carter named the domestic policy wunderkind as his Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. By his own assessment, Califano used the post to expand and administer the very Great Society programs that in prior years he had helped to conceive. Well to the left of the administration politically, he angered several Southern governors over the pace of school desegregation, and ironically, tangled frequently with Carter's inexperienced but headstrong White House staff. In 1979, the president fired Califano, who returned to the private practice of law. His dismissal drove a deeper wedge between the Democratic Party's liberal wing and the White House, and was one in a series of precipitating events that led Edward Kennedy to challenge Carter unsuccessfully in the 1980 primary season. A consummate party man, Larry O'Brien managed Hubert Humphrey's campaign in 1968 and subsequently served 2 turns as Democratic National Committee chairman between 1968 and 1972, resigning to accept the national chairmanship of George McGovern's doomed bid for the presidency. It was to be his last moment in politics. O'Brien moved to New York, built a successful public relations practice, and capped off a remarkable career by serving as commissioner of the National Basketball Association between 1975 and 1984. In that role, he helped to revive the game's declining fortunes. He died in 1990. After Robert Kennedy's assassination, Richard Goodwin left politics altogether. He served briefly as editor of Rolling Stone, became a prolific contributor to other magazines and newspapers, and moved to Massachusetts with his second wife, Doris Kearns, a Harvard-educated political scientist who served as a presidential fellow in the Johnson White House before helping the ex-president to pen his memoirs and subsequently blazing a trail as one of America's foremost presidential biographers. Dick Goodwin returned briefly to the public eye in 1994, when the film Quiz Show featured him as its central character. The movie concerned Goodwin's role as a young House aide, not his work in the Kennedy or Johnson administrations. After leaving the White House, George Reedy became a prolific author of books concerning American politics and political institutions. In 1971, he moved to Milwaukee, where he became dean of Marquette University's School of Journalism in 1972, a post he held until 1976, when he stepped down to accept an endowed professorship. He taught at the university until 1990 and subsequently took emeritus status. In later years, Reedy became a pointed, if fair, critic of the president, with whom he had once been so close, but from whom he gradually grew estranged. The two men did not speak to each other after 1970. George Reedy died in 1999. Horace Busby maintained his business consultancy and newsletter well into the 1980s, advising large multinational companies, including American Airlines and Mobil Oil,
and turning out a steady flow of memorandums, replete with sweeping political and economic syntheses, for which his corporate clients paid him handsomely. Busby retired to Southern California. Unbeknownst to his family, he penned a memoir of his time on LBJ's staff, tenure that spanned 2 pivotal decades of American history. His adult children found the unfinished manuscript boxed away in his daughter's garage several years after his death in 2000. After leaving Hubert Humphrey's campaign staff in late 1968, Douglas Cater earned his living as a freelance writer and visiting scholar at various universities and think tanks. In 1982, he accepted the presidency of Washington College, a picturesque liberal arts college located on Maryland's eastern shore. His books and articles received positive reviews, even after he retired from his college post and returned to Montgomery, Alabama in 1990. When he died in 1995, the New York Times memorialized him as a soft-spoken student and practitioner of government, who earned his reputation as a civilizing influence and brought thoughtfulness to both his extensive writings and his other work. Harry McPherson, of all the presidential aides, perhaps the most relieved to abandon the pressures of political life, built a successful law practice. His clients included multinational corporations and foreign governments, but he continued to take an active part in public affairs. He served on multiple presidential commissions, including one that Jimmy Carter impaneled to investigate the nuclear accident at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, and in 1998 played a role in helping 46 states negotiate a multi-billion-dollar settlement with the nation's big tobacco companies. His memoir, A Political Education, published in 1972, remains a classic study in the ways of Washington. To put it bluntly, a reviewer noted, few Americans have a realistic idea of how our government works. We have instead a series of naive assumptions. If the message of this book were common knowledge, much of the sound and fury that currently caricatures our politics and our national image could be averted. McPherson died in 2012 at the age of 82. After parting ways with Johnson, Bill Moyers returned to his professional roots and built a storied career as a newspaper editor, television journalist, producer of public interest and investigative documentaries, and public television impresario. No less attentive to his personal brand than in his days as a White House advisor, over the years he cultivated a reputation for intellectual integrity and high-minded liberal enlightenment. But with very few exceptions, he rarely spoke or wrote about his association with Lyndon Johnson. Unlike most of his colleagues, Reedy, Valenti, Busby, McPherson, Califano, Goodwin, he has not to date written a memoir of his public life, nor clarified for the record the circumstances surrounding his break with LBJ. Lyndon B. Johnson owned and operated a ferocious ego, he offered in a rare moment of candor in 2015. But he was curiously ill at ease with himself. He had an animal sense of weakness in other men. He wanted to know what you loved and what you feared, and once he knew, he came after you. He had a passion for power, but suffered violent dissent in the ranks of his own personality. He could absolutely do the right thing at the right time, the reassuring grace, if you will, when he was thrust into the White House after Kennedy's assassination. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But when he did the wrong thing, escalating the Vietnam War, the damage was irreparable. I'm sometimes amazed and even appalled at the fact that we did handle all of this with so small a staff, Jack Valenti later admitted. Presidents came and went during his 4 decades at the helm of one of the most formidable industry lobbies in the United States. But Valenti, who first arrived in Washington, D.C. on the wings of random circumstance, remained a fixture in the capital's power circles. I have worked in two of life's classic fascinations, politics and movies, he later wrote. And while there are dazzling attractions in both areas, it is the political man who most excites me. Valenti, who died in 2007, still marveled at the proximity he once enjoyed to Lyndon Johnson. I think I knew him as well as anyone beyond his wife and family, he averred, and I know I did not know all of him. Johnson was an awesome engine of a man, terrorizing, tender, inexhaustibly energetic, ruthless, petty, clairvoyant, compassionate, bullying, sensitive, tough, resolute, charming, earthy, devious, disciplined, crafty, generous. The president he remembered had one goal: to do the greatest good in the history of the nation. He had one tragedy: a war whose commitments he could not break and whose tenacity he did not perceive. Valenti knew the value of what Lyndon Johnson left behind, and could only wonder what more they might all have accomplished if not for the tragedy in Vietnam. This is Dan Warren. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Building the Great Society, Inside Lyndon Johnson's White House, by Joshua Zeitz. This program was directed by Tony Hudds. Executive producer, Diane McKiernan. Text copyright 2018 by Joshua Zeitz. Production copyright 2018, Penguin Random House, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.